Good morning, everyone. Sorry, we'll be starting in about 5 minutes. We're just waiting for a few more participants and we will begin the morning session. Thank you very much. Niandra Binaka, yes, thank you. The chief guest, Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Justice, Ms. Selina Kuruleza, the Executive Director, staff, chair and board members of Dialogue Fiji, members of the Diplomatic Corps, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Nimbula Vinaka, and a very warm welcome to you all this morning. On behalf of Dialogue Fiji, thank you and welcome to this important national event, the Multi-Stakeholder Dialogue on Electoral Reform. We are gathered here over the next 2 days to deliberate on one of the most consequential reform processes facing our nation, the review of our electoral laws. This dialogue brings together a gathering of incredible political leaders, electoral experts, civil society, academia, and the media to examine reform proposals, test them against evidence and expert insight, and contribute to building a more inclusive, transparent, and democratic electoral framework. This space is designed not only for discussion, but for informed collaborative thinking that can help shape the future of our democracy and our Fiji. To officially open the proceedings, I now invite the Executive Director of Dialogue Fiji, Mr. Nilesh Lal, to deliver the welcome address. Please welcome him. Thank you. We also ask for the official garlanding as he makes his way to the stage of our chief guest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lithia Nailatikau, Master of Ceremonies for today. The chief guest, Ms. Selina Kuruleza, Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Justice, Dialogue Fiji Chairperson, Mr. Nemani Mboresova, civil society leaders, members of the Diplomatic Corps, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Bula Vinaka, and a very warm welcome to all of you. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this multi-stakeholder dialogue on electoral reform that has been organized by Dialogue Fiji. Thank you for being here, whether you represent a political party, civil society, a government institution, the media, academia, or if you're one of Fiji's international partners. We thank you for your interest in the matter. We thank you for availing yourself for this very important engagement. Electoral reform is one of the most consequential reforms that a country can undertake. It isn't just a technical change. It is a process that essentially will determine the political architecture of the country. So it has very grave consequences. The electoral system decides how people's votes are turned into seats in parliament. It also affects how the government is formed and how decisions are made. It in fact determines who gets to sit in the national legislature and make laws on behalf of all of us, to which all of us obviously would be subject to. And of course, who gets left out of getting representation in the legislature. Electoral systems influence how political parties behave and how leaders respond to voters. They impact stability, representation, fairness, inclusion, and trust. Good reforms can strengthen a democracy, and bad reforms can damage it badly. We must remember what the word reform means. Reform is essentially about making things better, and this is a point that I have impressed to the Electoral Reform Commission on the 2 occasions that I have made submissions to them. I have emphasized that changing things for the worse is not reform. There is something else. Fiji, as most of you would recognize, is at a very critical crossroad at the moment. The decisions that we're going to be making in the next couple of months, it looks like, is going to, of course, shape our political future for many years to come. So it is imperative, it is absolutely important that we get this right. In the past, Fiji has had moments of meaningful dialogue on electoral issues. For instance, the Street Commission in 1975, the processes that led to the formulation of the 1997 Constitution, and later, the National Council for Building a Better Fiji. These are all examples of engagement and dialogue that happened with a lot of expert input. These processes brought people together and included experts, and they helped build trust and strengthen democracy. They also had mechanisms to ensure that the different proposals that were made by people were validated. And this is precisely the kind of engagement that we're trying to build. Dialogue Fiji has essentially organized this two-day dialogue to provide a space for informed and inclusive discussion. As the country's most experienced civil society organization working on electoral matters, we believe this is our responsibility. This event brings together political leaders, civil society, the media, academia, and international experts. Their perspectives are going to help us understand the challenges and explore better solutions. The Electoral Law Reform Commission has done well to consult people around the country. They have visited many towns and villages, but the response, unfortunately, has been limited. The Commission's chair, Justice Daniel Fatiaki, has expressed disappointment at the low turnouts. Even more worrying is that few written evidence-based submissions have been received. In the past, political parties made detailed submissions on electoral reforms, and these were evidence-bound. This has not happened. So we hope that this dialogue will help to fill that gap. We, of course, also want to raise the standard of national discussions on electoral reforms. We want to make sure that the proposals are backed by evidence, by facts, and validated by expert advice, because as I have said on a number of occasions, electoral system design is a very technical exercise. It's, in fact, electoral system design is one of the most technical areas of political science. Right? It is important that whatever proposals are put forward, they're adequately considered, they're adequately debated upon, on their merits, on their shortfalls, and so forth, and that we are, in fact, not, we are guided by evidence and not, political agendas and misinformation, which unfortunately has been rampant. This is a space for open exchange, a marketplace of ideas. We might disagree, and that is fine. What matters is that we listen, engage honestly, and learn from one another. So let us test our ideas in the next, from today until tomorrow. Let us also refine them, and let us try to build consensus. That won't be easy, I know, but we can at least make an attempt, not for any political gain, but for the sake of Fiji's democracy. Thank you again for being part of this important event. I look forward to 2 days of honest, robust, and respectful dialogue. Vinaka Vakalibu.
Thank you, Mr. Lal, for those encouraging words and for setting our agenda for the next 2 days. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce our chief guest this morning, Ms. Selina Kruleva, the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Justice. Her current portfolio means that she is the Permanent Secretary responsible for elections. She was appointed to this role in November 2024. Prior to her current appointment as Permanent Secretary for Justice, Ms. Kuruleza was formerly the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Education. Ms. Kuruleza attended Veuto Primary School and completed secondary school at Suva Grammar. After completing her degree at the University of the South Pacific and teacher training at the Fiji College of Advanced Education, she taught at Koro High School, Andi Dakumbau School, and Maris Brothers High School. After completing her master's degree with honors in counseling and psychology in 2002 from the Santa Clara University, Ms. Kuruleza returned to Fiji in 2003 and joined the University of South Pacific as an assistant lecturer in the psychology department. Ms. Kuruleza then went on to do different consultations with the United Nations Development Program, UNICEF, World Health Organization, and the Fijian Ministry of Education, Health, and Social Welfare. As a trained psychotherapist, and one of the only ones that we have in the country, her work involved mental health support, psychological assessments, psychoanalysis of individuals, and her passion is in building relationships and person-centered therapy. And she has spent and dedicated most of her life's work to community and our people of Fiji. Thank you, Ms. Kuruleza. We now welcome you to the podium. Naka.
Thank you. Nakwa Lebu Andi. Professor John, good morning. Mr. Alan Wall, Dialogue Fiji Chairman, Mr. Nemanim Buresoba, board members of Dialogue Fiji, the Executive Director, Mr. Nilesh Lal, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of political parties, CSOs, representatives of academia and agencies, invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Nisa Andrubinaka. Okay, Nisa Andrubinaka. Okay, we're all here, right? Good morning, everyone. I am deeply honored to have been invited to open this multi-stakeholder dialogue on electoral reform. This initiative is not only timely, it is vital. It is an opportunity to reflect, to listen, and to engage in a constructive conversation about the rules that define how we, as a society, choose our leaders and shape our future. As Woodrow Wilson, former President of the United States, once said, I quote, "The year of the leader must ring with the voices of the people," unquote. That quote captures the essence of why we are here today. Electoral reform is not about political expediency or institutional convenience. It is about ensuring that the voices of all Fijians are heard, respected, and reflected in the systems that govern us. This dialogue affirms our collective commitment to that principle. We are here because the Fijian government, through Cabinet's endorsement in February 2025, has initiated an inclusive process to review our electoral laws. This review is not a routine bureaucratic exercise. It is an invitation to all our people to engage in shaping the rules by which we govern ourselves. Dialogue Fiji's initiative is a critical platform in this process, ensuring that the voices shaping electoral reform reflect the diversity of our nation. I echo the sentiments previously shared by the now acting Attorney General and Minister for Justice, the Honorable Siromi Turanga, and the Chairman of the Electoral Commission, Justice Ratubili, at the appointment of the part-time commissioners on Thursday, 13th March, that this electoral review and reform is a milestone, a moment to reflect, to question, to listen, and to contribute. But more than that, it is a reaffirmation that democracy is not just about elections, it is about who writes the rules, how they are written, and whose interests they serve. Electoral law can be deceptively technical. Minor change can have sweeping impact. That's why this multi-stakeholder dialogue matters. By bringing together political actors, electoral institutions, civil society organizations, academia, media, and international experts, we are investing in a process that is both technically sound and deeply participatory. I want to reflect on the statements recently made about the cart being before the horse. Perhaps we need to rephrase that. We know that there is a cart. We also know that there is a horse. Maybe it's the horse from Landrunga, I don't know. But let's ensure that each is fit for purpose first before we put the horse before the cart. The constitutional review process is a separate process, and I urge us all that we respect that this electoral legislation review is a separate process, and that ideally these two processes will intersect presently. In the meantime, I urge us all to keep forging ahead in the electoral legislation review. In the deliberations in the next 2 days, I remind us all that it needs to be about pluralism. It is not about abandoning your convictions and folding when things get tough. It is about recognizing that in a democracy, power comes from forging alliances and building coalitions, and making room in those coalitions not only for the woke, but also for the waking. Now, there are risks involved in engaging with groups you disagree with, particularly if there's a power imbalance involved. There is a risk when you begin to negotiate compromises that you'll give away too much, and that you'll whittle away your issues to the point where it's hard to claim that you're making any progress. And building bridges must still be done. I urge you that you build bridges that require you to deal with people that you not only disagree with you, but do not respect you. Let this dialogue demonstrate that pluralism is alive and well in Fiji. I am confident that this exercise will recognize and be critical in propelling the policies of our coalition government in an engaging, transparent, practical, and inclusive manner, something which our Fiji hasn't seen in a very long time. I urge all participants to embrace this opportunity in the spirit of respectful engagement. And yes, it will require courage, the courage to listen as much as to speak, the courage to refine our own positions when faced with better arguments. This dialogue will allow us to explore the electoral system, not only in terms of how votes are converted into seats, but how political parties are formed, how campaigns are financed, how candidates qualify, and how results are tabulated and contested. These are not just procedural questions. These are foundational to the fairness and legitimacy of our democracy. I am confident that what emerges from this process, from the panel discussions, the group breakouts, the plenaries will not be an academic exercise. It will be a set of stakeholder-informed, expert-validated proposals that contribute to a stronger, fairer electoral systems for all Fijians. Let us remember that reform is not an event. It is a journey. And today is another step forward together. I reaffirm the support of the Ministry of Justice as the ministry responsible for elections and that of the coalition government. We are committed not only to facilitating this process, but respecting its outcomes. As I said before, we will support, we will stand back when we are required to, and we will honor the principle of democratic ownership. Nothing about us without us. Vinakwa levu to our international panelists who have come here for this event, Mr. Alan Wall, one of the world's leading authorities on electoral system design. Professor John, welcome back home, buddy. A distinguished scholar on electoral systems and democracy in the Pacific. We look forward to this enriching and profound insight and deliberations on this electoral legislation reform Talanoa during the next 2 days. I am certain that your deliberations will include experiences of good practice around the world and mechanics of electoral systems. To the civil society organizations present here today, the corporate organizations, academia, the media, you are indispensable partners in driving positive change. I encourage you for continued collaboration between your agency and the government to enhance the effectiveness of this reform process. I acknowledge the support of Bread for Word for the world. Their support to Dialogue Fiji continues to reinforce the commitment of Dialogue Fiji to create spaces for deliberations on issues of national significance. I extend my appreciation to Dialogue Fiji, Dialogue Fiji, for your role in promoting meaningful dialogue on this important critical reform. Whether it be ethnic relations, electoral reform, economic development, or other critical issues, Dialogue Fiji has continued to create spaces for Fijians from different orientations to come together and discuss issues of critical importance. To Dialogue Fiji and all of its partners, Vinakwa Levu for leading this important national conversation. To conclude, I again thank all of you here today. Thank you for your commitment to Fiji's democratic future. I encourage active participation and talanoa among all of you as dialogue participants. Your diverse perspectives and ideas during the panel discussions and group sessions are crucial for shaping effective reform proposals. Let us work together in a collegial, efficient, and principled manner, not just for electoral reform, but for democratic renewal.
The ear of the leader must ring with the voices of the people. A truly fitting quote. Thank you so much, Ms. Kuruleva, for the timely and encouraging remarks. To formally thank our chief guest this morning, I now call upon Mr. Nemani Borisova, the board chair of Dialogue Fiji.
Thank you. Chief guest, Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Justice, Ms. Selina Kuruleva, Executive Director of Dialogue Fiji, staff and board members of Dialogue Fiji, members of the Diplomatic Corps, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Bula Vinaka, and a very warm welcome to you all. It is my honor on behalf of Dialogue Fiji to deliver the vote of thanks following the morning's opening ceremony of the multi-stakeholder dialogue on electoral reform. I wish to convey our sincere gratitude to all our distinguished guests who will be participating in the conversation today. Your attendance affirms the importance of the national dialogue and reflects a shared commitment to strengthening democracy and the inclusive governance in Fiji. We are especially honored to have with us today our chief guest, Ms. Selina Kuruleva, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Justice. Madam PS, we are deeply grateful to you for gracing this occasion and with your presence and for delivering the keynote address. Your thoughtful remarks have provided encouragement as we embark on a 2-day of critical discussions on electoral reform. We also extend our gratitude to our keynote speakers, Mr. Alan Wall and Professor John Frankel, whose global expertise and long-standing commitment to democratic reform bring valuable depth to our national dialogue. In addition, we acknowledge with appreciation the generous support of our donor, Bread of the World, whose assistance under the proposed strengthening democracy, human rights, and social cohesion in Fiji has made this initiative possible. To our participating representatives from political parties, the legal fraternity, civil society, academia, media, international organizations, and diplomatic missions, thank you for your time and commitment. Your diverse perspectives and expertise are vital to this process, and we are confident that your contributions will enrich to discuss and move us closer to meaningful reform outcomes. Finally, I would like to acknowledge, and commend the Dialogue of Fiji team for their tireless efforts and unwavering commitment, which have made this important national conversation possible. As we embark on the next 2 days of dialogue, it is my hope that the discussions will be constructive, inclusive, and grounded in mutual respect, contributing meaningfully to the ongoing national conversation on electoral reform and laying the foundation for a more democratic and a representative future for Fiji. Pinakawakalevu, thank you. Danebat, and I wish everyone a meaningful and insightful discussion.
Vinakavakalevu, Mr. Mboresova. That brings an end to our formalities this morning. And before we move on, I'll just give you a quick overview of how today will proceed. You've just heard our opening addresses. The stage has been set for the discussions over the next 2 days. Next, we'll hear from our leading international experts on key issues facing electoral reformers and on electoral system design, including 2 keynote addresses. Then we'll have lunch, and after lunch, we will have an engaging panel discussion featuring political leaders, and then we will have a breakout session reflecting on the panel discussion with close focus on the Fiji 2014 Electoral Act. A reminder that this dialogue is designed to be interactive, inclusive, and evidence-based. Please engage fully, ask questions, and contribute your insights respectfully. Before we begin the keynotes, we'd like to invite everyone to join us for a quick group photo with our chief guest, and also for morning tea before we come into the first formal session. Okay, Vinaka. Be here, it's easier. Or you want to do it outside? Because the space might be easier. And you have the yes. Okay. Please just give us 4 minutes to set up the front, and if you can all make your way to the front in 4 minutes. Vinaka. chief guest and the expert panelists, our board chair, executive director, to please come to the front to be seated for the photo. Everyone else, please proceed to the front for the photo. If you know you don't make the height requirement, please stand on the stage and ensure that you're seen by the photographers. Thank you. If you could all come up now, and then it'll proceed earlier to morning tea after this. Thank you, everyone. Morning tea is being served outside. At the moment, they have coffee and tea set up. If you'd like to make your way to grab a coffee or tea before, and the food is slowly coming out as well. So if you'd like to proceed before the first, thank you. We'll be convening in about 5 to 10 minutes. We're just awaiting the arrival of the first speaker. As soon as she arrives, we'll commence the first session. So please feel free to take your bathroom break, get another cup of coffee or tea, because then we'll have the 3 sessions back to back. Thank you. We'll be beginning in 1 minute. Thank you. If everyone could please be seated. Thank you, everyone. For our first plenary briefing, our guest speaker is Mrs. Racheli Tuivanga. She is currently the director of the Fiji Law Reform Commission and was appointed to this position in July 2023. Prior to her appointment, Mrs. Tuivanga ran her own legal consultancy for 10 years, where she engaged as a consultant for several projects with the UN Women, Asia Foundation, the Delegation of the European Union for the Pacific, to name a few. In her legal career path, Mrs. Tuivanga has served in several roles as a law consultant, legal practitioner, an accredited mediator, and assistant lecturer at Fiji National University. Mrs. Tuivanga has a Bachelor of Laws from James Cook University of North Queensland and a graduate diploma of legal practice from the Australian National University as a recipient of the Australian Equity and Merit Scholarship Scheme. Mrs. Tuivanga's plenary briefing is on Fiji's electoral reform, process, scope, timeline, and approach. And we will be taking questions after her short brief with us this morning. We welcome her to the podium and we thank her very much for her time this morning, especially in her very busy schedule. Vinaka Vaklevu, welcome Mrs. Tuivanga. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Bulavinaka. My apologies for being a little late, but welcome from my end. And this morning, thank you very much first for that very short introduction, kind introduction. My name is Rachel from the Law Reform Commission. I've been given, I think, by Pooja and the organizers of this event, a very short topic to speak on. I'll keep it very brief because I realize you have a full day today and tomorrow. But as I mentioned to Pooja, I've already gone through this before our review started this year. And I believe some of you may have already heard about what I'm going to be saying. I'm going to be speaking precisely on the review, the scope of it, what it's meant to address, the process that we've been going through at the Law Reform Commission, through our review team, and what we hope to achieve, and the timeline that we've been given. But as I said, I've already gone through that earlier this week, I think before 2 months ago, when we started, so some of you may have already been familiar with it. And what I'd prefer to do is to take more questions during that slot that we've been given. So I welcome any questions afterwards, so I'll start. Yeah. Okay, so the Fiji Law Reform Commission was given this year as part of its work program 8 reviews to work on. One of them was the electoral review of 3 pieces of legislation, which you may have heard of, the 3 pieces of legislation that govern our elections. So in a combined effort with the ministry responsible for elections, which is the permanent secretary, which is the Ministry of Justice, the Elections Office led by the Supervisor of Elections, as well as the Electoral Commission, which is the overarching body that looks at policies in regards to elections. Fiji Law Reform got cabinet approval, as well as approval by the Cabinet Legislative Subcommittee. So it was agreed then, in about February, that this review would need to start. It was one that had government priority, and it was one that had at the time, the nod of the ministers who sat within that cabinet. So the 3 pieces of legislation which we were told to look at were really, and you may have heard this run through the papers or over the air or over the media, were the Electoral Act 2014, the Political Parties Registration, Conduct, Funding and Disclosures Act 2013, as well as the third one being the Electoral Registration of Voters Act 2012. So that was given to us by virtue of Section 5.2 of our Law Reform Commission Act. So terms of reference was drafted, original timeline was given, as is the case when a commission such as ours is told to look into an area of law, and it was issued. So the timeline at that time was very short. They said, go ahead and do this. Please get us your review report and recommendations or your outcomes by the 4th of April. There was a bit of discussion after that between ourselves and the Electoral Commission, and I think also Dialogue Fiji. Long story short, the timeline was then extended to be a bit more longer, because at that time it was looked at as something that needed to be done, but that timeline was not quite was quite short. So it was then extended, taken back to cabinet, and then by the new timeline that came out of that decision was the 30th of June. So by then the review had started, but it had a bit more breathing space. 4 commissioners were appointed. The chair was of that particular review, of this review, was Daniel Fatiaki, also assisted by Professor Warden Nasi, also assisted by Deirdre Brooks, who was from the New Zealand Elections Office, as well as our own elections office. And the 4th person was a previous candidate, Miss Saini Nambo. Some of you might be familiar. So off they went, started work with the parameters of the TOR. I'm not sure whether you have the TOR or aware of it, but I can speak to that later if there is a question about it. So they started to develop a set of prompts or questions, got themselves organized, decided they needed to go, studied the TOR very carefully, and the things that the government had asked them to address. And that TOR still stands. You can get copies from the Secretariat or off our website or off our Facebook. It's public. So they did develop a set of prompts, translated it in Fijian and Hindustani, with the help of Itoke Affairs, as well as we also got the help of the Ministry of Information to help us get the message across. Of course, and they set the dates and the venues and the locations. So the first week of the consultations began, and that was in the Central Division. It was in the Central Division. They were in Naitasiri, they were in Nasinua FNU, starting off here in Civic Center, Nosori, Korvo, and then they came back. That first week was the initial step out of the room into the pond. Few people came, I can remember, and then we thought, okay, we've got to change this a bit. We did. Then as media attention grew, coverage grew, people knew more about the review, we started to see, and we of course changed our strategy in the locations we were setting ourselves to go to and visit. We started to see more and more participation and more organized groups and more in-depth conversations and more in-depth questions. And it was very, very pleasant and they were very pleasantly surprised by the input and the questions and the amount of detail that people were coming forth and frankness that they were coming forth and talking to the review team or sharing their submissions. So after the Central Division that week, they went off to Levuka, to Ovalau. There were 2 venues, one in the main town, then they went off to Lovoni village. After that, they returned. They also went to Rutuma. So Rutuma, we went to Rutuma, all went to Rutuma, and were able to cover 7 out of the 8 districts in the 2 days we were there. We had developed the prompts in Rutuman and made sure that they got them well before we came, arrived, and was circulated with the assistance of our district officer there, Mr. Savu. After Rutuma, the team returned, and their next stint or next spate of public consultations took them to the north. So from the north, they started off in Bua, then they were visited Lambasa, Madawata, they came down to Senganga. From Madawata, they came further down to Savusavu, they had consultations there, then they crossed across the Somosomo Strait to go to Taviuni, where they not only were in the village in Somosomo, but they then went to Naiselesele village, and they ended off the north there. So that was a whole week of being in the north. Now, through all this time, the team was not alone, not just the law reform commissioners. They were also, again, because it was a combined effort of ministries and agencies, they were assisted by they were also joined by the Elections Office, the Electoral Commission, and the Ministry of Justice reps, whoever was on the island or around the location. So after 1 week of the north, they came back And then they started off and went to complete the west. And in the west, again, they began in Singatoka, St. John of Arc's Church. Then they proceeded towards the villages in Lautoka. They also went to the markets in Amaka. They went to the markets in Lautoka again. After the villages, they went to Mba, Nailanga villages. They were interrupted along the way by a spontaneous invitation of the Methodist group, who were convened in the village just between Lautoka and Mba. They were having their Methodist group where all the delegates from right up the hills came down and far and wide. So they had heard about this consultation going on, immediately called and asked if the team could also stop in. And they did, and again, it was 50 plus delegates, and I must credit Ms. Vani, who led this little exercise. And there they were able to hear their voices, all of these people in the room who had come from far and wide from the Methodist conference, for the Methodist conference. So the team were there too. Straight after that, they continued on to Tavua, and then they finished off in Ba. In between, they were also able to visit the mandirs in Lautoka, and they were also able to be in Nandi at the Nandi Airport Mosque. So that was very interesting. They were very pleasantly surprised, and they ended the West consultations in Rakiraki at a mandir also in there. So with that finished, they returned back. They wrote for a week, got their submissions together, see where they were in their timeline, and then prepared for their second round. So with the second round, they started to prepare and circulate again, which we advertised, a set of questions more targeted, about 60 questions, and got them again, wrote to their stakeholders and said, we're coming around again, we need your questions and comments this time to this set group. And then they did that, and they completed that all of last week. So they did that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in the north, in the west, in Suva, and also in Nausori and Asinu. So that's where we are at the moment. First round of consultations have begun or finished, which was a much more wider group. Then with the input they got from there, they developed a next prompt or next questionnaire, did a more targeted one, they had it in the second round of public consults. So now we're about halfway to 3/4 way. The end date is 30th of June. So next on their timeline is what they're doing is they're compiling now, and they're crystallizing and thinking and talking to people, having little pocket meetings. Some of you have already come to the commission and met them. So they're finalizing exactly, putting the detail down to what their final recommendations in the final report will look like. Because that's one of the outcomes of the TIA report, with final recommendations, and not just the crystal final recommendations, but also legislation. And the legislation could be a draft bill or draft bills. And the third thing would be regulations, and the fourth would be a little cabinet paper. So that's where the commissioners are working right now. They have the assistance of 2 drafters, one who had just arrived last week on Friday, one who had already been there, so there's a bit of that going on. So the next thing that they're preparing for, which you will also be asked to be part of, is a simulation exercise. It'll be held here in Suva with stakeholders, and then they will also share there some of the final thinking of recommendations of what they intend to put out, and again get comments before they close, and then they finish off their report, their draft legislation, and then hand over to the ministers responsible, which is the Minister for Justice and the Attorney General, who had signed off on the initial terms of reference. So yeah, that's that in a nutshell. If very happy to dive a bit deeper, if I did just touch on the surface, but then that's a bit of the process where we are right now. Thank you.
layman, don't have in-depth knowledge of the legalities here, but your final report, how much of it is tied to the 2013 constitution, or the reforms could take effect with simple majority vote in the parliament, or is it tied to the 2013 constitution? If 2013 constitution is amended, then that reform comes in. If it's not amended, then it doesn't come in. Or is it standing alone and simple majority in the parliament will see the bill through? Did you get what I'm saying? I'm saying what the final report of your commission,
Yes.
how much of it is tied to the 2013 constitution? Or is it just simple majority will carry the bill through?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, the terms of reference, which set the parameters or the scope in the beginning, actually asked them to not only dive into the 3 legislations which I pointed out in the beginning, but also the mother legislation, which is the 2013 Constitution. And in any review that we do, that's always there. We can do this and that all under here, under the subsidiary legislation, but we cannot ignore the 2013 as is, what it says, what it stands. So that's the same with this review. They're looking at the 3 acts, but the current reality is the 2013 Constitution is in place, so they arrive at their recommendations within that current framework. And we're also been told that from them, and I haven't seen the report because they're working very hard in a room close to me, and that's them. We will all see it when the time is right. But I believe they will also be addressing or looking at the set if there was the scenario where the 2013 Constitution could be amended. So in short, one within the current existing framework, the second one, another alternative scenario. I hope that answers your question, Naka. Yes. Someone else?
Thanks so much for your presentation, as well as thank you to Dialogue Fiji for organizing this. I understand there's a lot of media attention on the consultations being held by the Fiji Law Reform Commission. I guess for me, what I wanted to know at this stage is trying to understand, in regards to the final report, now that the consultations, I suppose, have concluded, all the recommendations, all the thoughts that have come from the community, to understand what the thought process of the commission was in putting that into the report. Are you taking all of it, or is it like general thematic areas and putting into the report? And the second part of my question was, because I also work for a commission and we also have a mandate. Is the mandate, the report, is it legally binding on the state, or, yeah? Thank you.
Naka, thank you. Thank you for that very thoughtful question. So the report will be guided by the TOR. And as I mentioned later before, that there is a TOR, you can find it off our website. But in a real nutshell, let's look at the 3 acts. The TOR says this. Also look at the current, existing current laws together with the sections of the Constitution. Look at the provisions within the current 3 acts that may be repressive or don't conform to certain human rights provisions of the Constitution, say freedom of movement, expression, some parties, civil societies, the ability of civil society to operate within that space, looking at all of that, also recommending reforms that uphold the principles of democracy, good governance, equality, inclusion, and fairness. So that's clearly stipulated in the TOR, right? And in doing so, and taking under this review, what they've also asked to do was to analyze what other good practices from other jurisdictions, for example, Vanuatu, the ones in Australia, New Zealand, any other ones around the world, global practices that point to good voting systems that have worked and practices that have worked and could work in Fiji, and put them all in there. And the last limb of the reference is to carry out community-wide consultations, which we all know, I just spoke about a bit, where they tried to do that. So that's the framework, and that's exactly what they're very mindful of when they're doing it, that they're addressing those key points in the TOR. And also, so when bringing out the recommendations, they'll put everything in. They're also putting in what the people said, what were the key messages that they heard in Tavua, what they heard in Ba, what they heard in Naivodi village, what they heard in Madawata, in Senganga, or Naisele village. What was the community talking about there? What did they want? What did they did not want? What did they reject? What did they propose? Those key messages also go in the final report. This is the sum of the submissions of what the people said. That's very important to Law Reform Commission work, to be guided also by what the community has, and combine it with your own technical expertise that you bring to balance at the end and work out, okay, this is what has been said, this is what the TOR says, these are our own thoughts, and then come up with what we need to put. So as far as possible, the review team is mandated or asked to do a very thorough piece of work and a very balanced report to put that out. And if they decide that they say this recommendation, they say why and where they got the support for that. If they say reject this recommendation or this proposal or idea, they say why, again, why they're rejecting that. Okay, so we're hoping that that report will bring all of that out. And that's what they are also striving to put together, a very balanced, well-informed report as well. And your second question was about, sorry, you just want to just repeat that again? Right, so with all Law Reform Commission reports, once you finish your report as a commissioner, whether you come in and do work for the Law Reform Commission as an electoral commissioner, or you come in as an online safety commission, that's a second review that's going to happen, or you come in and you do another review, which is, say, for example, domestic violence. It's just an example. When you finish your report, after you've done everything, consultations, you've written, put your recommendations, you've attached your draft provisions, you give it back to us, we then present it back to the minister, which is usually the Attorney General, because under our Act, that is the person that initiates the reference, or the person, so he is the person that receives it at the end. So after we give it back, they are recommendations, they're strong recommendations. When the Attorney General receives it or any other minister receives it, they're not forced to go in and start doing it. But the recommendations are also asking them to consider, and consider with great urgency perhaps, or great, don't just look at it and put it aside, but please consider this. Why? Because you initiated this, and this is our response to the task that you set us to do. So it is not binding, it doesn't force them. They take it, they consider it, they take time, they consult with their own lawyers in their office, their own drafters in their own office, and they then set a timetable. If it's something that they're going to implement, they set a timetable, quick timetable to sit, share it with cabinet colleagues under the Cabinet Legislative Committee, and then take it further and set the timeline when it is to go to cabinet, and from there when it is to go to parliament. Right? So they share that among themselves and they decide. So if it's very high on the priority, that's what will happen. There have been some instances in the past when the Law Reform Commission was functioning before 2006. There was a little bit of a time there where it wasn't functioning at all for 16 years. There was one or two occasions where the Attorney General wouldn't implement the recommendations of the report. And they have that, that's their prerogative. We don't force them, we don't determine. We basically give it to them, then we leave it to the government of the day. But there have also been times as well where they partially take on the recommendations, so they can do them progressively. If there's 30, they'll say, okay, we do these 10 now, we can do these 10 maybe in the year after, and maybe the last 10, perhaps the year after that. So that's after you present your report to the Attorney General. I hope that's clear.
My name is Samuel Atupo from the Unity Fiji Party. Knowing that this electoral reform work is 100% dependent on the 2013 Constitution, my question is, also knowing that the majority of the people want to remove the 2013 Constitution, and also our party is interested in removing this. My question is two. One, if 2013 is going to be removed, say for example at the end of the year, what will happen to all these works that we're doing now to help? And secondly, do you have a strategy or recommendation that you can recommend should this 2013 Constitution, electoral, say for example, to refer to the 1973 or what was the last Electoral Act? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Nakavalevo, Mr. Tupo. Thank you. Be very, I think for the 2013 Constitution, your question, yes, your question regarding the Constitution. Do we have a strategy? I think in terms, the second part of your question, I said, do we have a question whether it's removed? I think I mentioned earlier, the outcome of the report our report will have two sets. One within the existing framework, one if there is nothing taken care of within, with the 2013 Constitution is not changed at all. The other question, sorry, the other part of your question, if you could just repeat that very quickly again.
The second question
First,
is,
yes.
You have a strategy, plan, or recommendation to refer to another electoral act, say for 1970?
I believe the commissioners have already put something together. I can't say what they are, but I know that they've looked at where we are right now within the framework of the 2000 Constitution. They're also cognizant of what is happening in the courts, and they'll put something together to address that situation. So I guess it's best to leave it at that. They could be able to share it at the simulation exercise, which happens in about a week before the 30th. So if you'd like to know more about that, I think they would be able to share that much more in depth at that particular situation. And I think your first question was about what if the 2013 Constitution is removed. Like I said again, with the work they're doing, the work we're all doing, we're all keeping our eyes on that, following those developments. And until that happens and until the court makes a pronouncement, we know they have a timetable of June and August. Everybody continues functioning what they do with the Constitution that currently stands, which is 2013, until there is something that's coming out of the courts in August. But in your terms, whether there is a strategy, I think it'd be unwise not to, and you wouldn't want your work of a couple of months to go down the drain. So I believe the commissioners have also sought and spoken among themselves to address that as well. What it looks like, it'd be best to talk to them when they present it at the simulation exercise, which is within the next 2 weeks. Yeah, that's it. Okay. I think we're running out of time. If there's a last question, maybe, before I hand over to, yes.
Thank you, Director. Just going on to, I'm just extending what Tumanoa had asked earlier. I'm not a law student, but since you've said that the report is going to be taken to acting AG, so it's going to be under his prerogative to action on the report. That's very important. Is there a binding sort of agreement or law, to allow the acting AG to action the report? Because there are very important submissions by us, the public, and as you mentioned,
to action only the 10 and say it's 30 submissions, 10, and the
Thank you for that question. We'll just have two questions for Mrs. Tuivanga because to keep time for the next session. So the last question is over here, please, if the mic can be brought here, because these were the two hands that came up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for a very clear I'm Shalendra from USP Journalism, and I'm no expert on constitutional matters either, but I do recall reading a remark by an expert saying that there might not be enough time to make changes to the 2013 Constitution, and also some comments about a seemingly unholy haste, if I may frame it that way, to get the changes into the constitutional changes in place when there might be so many other urgent matters that need to be dealt with before, and that if you take a more if you take more time making these changes, maybe we can come up with something better because there's more time to consult and also implement and all that. I'm wondering whether if you are in a position to react to my question and provide some insights for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shalendra. I think I'll combine your question with hers. You mentioned haste and not to act so fast. I remember reading that in the weekend. And also the comments of, I think, last week's public lecture and a warning saying not to rush and do things without careful consideration, both well noted. Both have been noted also by the review team and also our commission as a whole. So I think at this moment in time, they're focusing on the timeline that was given, which is the 30th of June, because that was the original one that was given. And so they will be looking at that to give in what they've done, their thorough piece of work by then. Although that would come in then, if there is an extension though, that would notify people and we'd also need to ask for approval further to take that a bit further. But the original platform was the 30th of June. When that calculation was made, it was also made in consultation with the Elections Office. They had at that time assured, and this came from the Supervisor of Elections, that should any, and this is a should any, thing go forward which needed any changes from her office, that would allow her sufficient time, right? So 30th of June was not pulled out of the year. It was calculated within and with other people to see that it matched with their timeline, particularly the Elections Office. So that was the message we were told. And we were working on that. Having said that, there is those other developments that are happening in the background. As I see it, we cannot control that. That happened within the next week. The last 2 weeks that happened, but we are anticipating whatever may come out of that either. They're all working in tandem. When I say working in tandem, not collaborating individually, but when doing their work, they're mindful of these. In regards of what will happen later, and you're talking about haste and not to rush and all of that, that's outside of our purview. We do our report, we hand it over to the Attorney General. Whatever they decide and go on forward in implementing a timetable forward is purely a political discussion between the Attorney General, Cabinet, and their head as well. So we don't get involved in that. We just make sure that we present everything from the ground accurately, informatively, and in a balanced manner. And as she rightfully suggested, that where we were standing, we don't want our reports. We like to have our reports implemented, so we don't give them over and forget about it and go to sleep. We follow up and we ask and we communicate with our colleagues on those committees. And the indications that we got in regards to this reform when we did it this year was that it was higher priority, which is why we dropped everything else and focused on that. And we believe that it still is priority. Well, we get questions every week to give an update, and that update goes further into rooms that I don't step in, but it goes. So it tells us that it is something that they want, there's something that they want to see and want to see done well. And when the submissions come forward, I don't think they will go to waste. Yeah? All that time that you took forward to come in and say what you think, we don't think it will go to waste, at least not from our end. Because when we do it, we make sure we compile it properly and we hand it over and we follow through. Right? So I think, I hope that's kind of clear. It's when I was explaining what happens afterwards is a political thing, it didn't mean to say that it means that law reform gives their work over and that's the end of the story. No, they continue, because from our end, it's also important to have our reports at least partially implemented. Fully is even better, but at least partially, but not forgotten about. But also, we also think of the people that took part in it, that made time to come. Right? And we all know as citizens, taking off our law reform hats or whatever other hats we wear, that it's important to do things for the people or with the people. And I think the things that people have said, the things that people have shared have not come to waste. I think they've been recorded, they've been heard. And there's a team that wants to make sure that what you've done in forums like this go forward and go forward where it matters. And it's at least from our end, once we present it over, we will keep talking and we will keep making sure, we will keep following through what is possible within the current framework. And of course, bearing in mind what will happen over the next few months. I think I better end there.
Vinaka Bakalevu, Mrs. Tuivana. Okay. Thank you very much. If there are any other questions for her, we can put you in touch with her. But I think that was an incredible introduction and segue and brief to our first keynote address, which is the current challenges and issues for electoral reformers. And our speaker is Mr. Alan Wall. Mr. Alan Wall has over 40 years of experience in electoral administration and as a democracy advisor. From 1985 to 1944, he held various management positions with the Australian Electoral Commission, and from 1992 to 1994 was a member of its management board. He has been country director for the International Foundation for Electoral Systems in Azerbaijan, Indonesia, Kosovo, Malaysia, Nepal, and Timor-Leste. Mr. Wall has served as country director for Democracy International's programs and deputy chair of the Transitional Election Commission set up by the United Nations Transitional Administration for Eastern Slovenia, and as head of the Technical Resources Group supporting the first democratic local government elections in South Africa. Mr. Wall has served in senior democracy and governance advisory roles in multiple countries across Africa, Eastern Europe, South Asia, and the Pacific, including Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Fiji, Libya, Nigeria, North Macedonia, and Ukraine. He is a co-author of a number of reference works, including Electoral Management Design, the International Idea Handbook, Voter Registration in Africa, and Engineering Electoral Systems. He is a lead writer for the ACE Electoral Knowledge Network Encyclopedia sections on voting operations and electoral management. In 2019, Mr. Wall received the Joe C. Baxter Award for his services to electoral management, and we are incredibly lucky to have him speaking to us today. So we welcome to the podium, Mr. Wall. Thank you.
Thank you. I also need to welcome to the podium a computer. So if you can just give me a couple of moments while this gets set up, that would be great. Thanks.
Just while Mr. Wall's setting up, in regards to the question and answer session, can you please introduce yourself and where you're from when asking your questions? And we'll only be taking 3 questions, so if you have more
Okay,
than
how
one
do
at
I-
your
what's- I
table,
don't know, Max.
please try
How
and
do I
group
set this up?
together. Thank you. And also giving opportunity to those who haven't asked questions yet.
How do I get a full screen on this? How do I get this on full screen? Can I get full screen so I can see?
Because it's on like slideshow mode, so you can full screen. Because it's on slideshow mode. Yeah, it's gonna be like that.
I can't read it. I can't read this.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's on slideshow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can turn my back to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can start. And how do I get this back? Oh, God. Sorry, Mr. Wall.
That's all right.
I know it's
Absolutely hate Max. All right, put it in the other one, and I'll just have to go through it. I don't know how I do it. Yeah, no, I can't. It's got to be in slideshow
Slideshow
mode.
mode, that's why it's gonna show it.
okay. If we end show and
But then I can't put it in, and then I can't put it back in
Present
the other
view?
one. I'll just have to.
no.
Okay, I'll put my other glasses on.
Oh no, that's
I can read it.
nope. That's now
Is
it's
that-
gone the other way, so you can see it, but
I
they
can do
can
it.
see the other.
Yeah, great.
Oh
Oh,
it's
no.
Not, yeah.
Put it in the first one. I'll put my other glasses on. Let's put it in the slideshow mode.
Okay.
No. No. Put it. Oh, a non-Mac. Excellent. Apologies about these technical issues. Macs are wonderful things, except they never do what you want them to do. Let's go back to a proper Windows machine. Okay. How do we plug it in? This is just as bad. It's not going at a slideshow. View slides.
He wants it to whatever's streaming the
So what's gonna happen is that he has to like change it in the paperwork and then I'll change it after that.
What?
He still needs to see it.
I still need to see it. Village.
Mr. Wall, sorry. At this point, they can't connect it without it minimizing. So what we'll do is we'll run 2 laptops. So you'll have one where you can view your presentation.
Then I have to tell people, no, that's crazy.
she can
Can we put it back to the original one, and I will just use the small screen? Okay?
Apologies for that.
And I'll have to use the small screen. How do we get back to the small? No, I don't want that. I want the small screen. I don't want the rest of it.
Swap guide for you now.
Swap this way.
Yeah, swap guide. Okay, swap guide.
This one.
It's taking time to open now. Archana. This is yours. हाँ हमारा open नहीं हुआ है already I think because close उसका install है हर बार करें इसका okay
Apologies, everyone. We might be about 3 more minutes. If you would like to take this opportunity to grab a quick refreshment or.
That seemed to be unsuccessful. I'm really glad elections don't depend on technology, or we'd really be in trouble. So I'm going to give up on trying to do the slides because it doesn't seem to be working, and I'll just read from some notes here. So sorry about that. I'd like to thank all of you for coming here, the chief guest, Madam Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice, the Dialogue Fiji Chair and Board, members of the Diplomatic Corps, all of you other people who've given up your valuable time because you care about what happens to the development of democracy in Fiji. And it's great to see you here. And I'm particularly glad to be here because I've escaped -4 cold at home and having a really lovely time in the warm in Suva. Okay, I'd like to... What are we doing? What I'd like to do is start with a bit of a disclaimer, because a lot of foreigners come into countries and they try and say that, hey, well, this is the way we do it here, we know how to do it better. Each country's got its own specific electoral reform needs. And it's great for someone like me from Australia to come and say, hey, our electoral system's alternative vote works really well, why don't you use it? Or someone to come in from New Zealand and say, hey, our system is multi-member proportional, or mixed member proportional. Why don't you use that? But every country has its own specific needs. Things are not transferable from one environment to another. There are Fiji-specific issues that are not critical in other countries' electoral reform. Things like, for example, people here worried about the level of penalties being proportionate to offences. That's not an issue in most countries. They have that sorted out already. And there are issues critical outside Fiji that may not be relevant to Fiji at all. I'd also like to emphasise that not all electoral change is electoral reform. As I said before, electoral reform means things getting better, not getting worse. And the most important thing for us all to remember, and this has been touched on in the last hour or so, is that attempts at reform are not always implemented. Much as the work we put into it and the effort we put into this, it's a political decision in the end, not a technical decision about what we think might be the best way of working it. It's politics, and politics might not agree with what we think is the best way to go forward. I've been involved in 2 reform efforts recently, in Malaysia, that's gone absolutely nowhere, and in Bangladesh, where it looks like it mightn't go very far at all. So we have to be very realistic about our chances of success and be very, very aware that it's a political decision. Having said that, what I'm going to do is have a look at what are the trends in electoral reform around the world. What are things that people have been exercising people's minds? What are the issues that they've been most concerned about? I have that up there already. That's great. So these are the things. Firstly, restoring trust, particularly in Western democracies, where there's been a lot of faith or loss of faith in democratic processes. Secondly, making sure that representation actually fits what people want, or is it in a model that doesn't really suit their current needs. Very importantly, promoting inclusion and promoting additional participation. Both these things add to the legitimacy of elected governments. And with, in many countries, a decrease of trust in government institutions, the more you can make them legitimate, the better the democracy has of surviving. Promoting fair competition between political contestants, making sure that certain people don't have advantages and trying to ensure that some people that are disadvantaged actually can compete fairly. And lastly, and this has been a big issue, and it's been probably the most difficult issue for people to approach because it impinges on fairness, free speech issues. How do you ensure the public has got reliable information so that they can make their political decisions on a sound basis rather than being bombarded with fake news, as many people would put it, disinformation, as other people would put it. One thing that's important, and it's important for Fiji as it is for other countries, is the timing of reform. Now, the most successful, the most lasting reforms tend to be made early in the life of a parliament. And this is why you have in countries like Australia, you have hearings on what electoral reforms are needed in the first year after an election. So you can get these bedded down before the next election. And when it doesn't happen, as it's happened in Australia at the end of last year, major electoral reforms went through within 6 months of an election. So the government said, we will not implement these until the election after next, to give people time to be able to digest them. Now, the Venice Commission, which is the leading authority that sets international standards in terms of election management, has a standard for when election reforms should be done by, and that is no later than 12 months before the date of the next election. Now, it doesn't matter when the reform proposals are put to government. The critical factor is when those proposals are enacted. And it should be no later than 12 months before the date of the next election. And that's getting incredibly close for Fiji, to the point where we may have to, you may need to consider what is practical to do now, what would be better to left till after the election. Maybe take the Australian approach of let's legislate it now so we don't lose the impetus for reform, but not implement it until people have had the chance to be able to digest it properly. Stakeholders have huge expectations of elections and electoral processes and electoral systems. And they often blame the institutions or the legal framework for things that really are outside their remit. I mean, it's a human process. It's fallible. Legal framework cannot guarantee any particular result. It's really dependent on human behaviour. And it's important we remember that. We can put in any changes to the law, any changes to the institutions, but whether it works or not depends on the behaviour of the people who have to implement this. And that's often lost when people think that they can actually change society through institutional framework only. I want to say first a little bit about electoral system reform because John's going to talk at length about this, but just a couple of things briefly. You need to understand 4 things when you're looking at electoral systems and trying to change them. Electoral system doesn't determine anything. It doesn't guarantee anything. It can facilitate certain sorts of behaviour and make it easier or more difficult, but it doesn't have a determining effect. Most importantly, no electoral system is perfect. Every system has winners, has losers, has things you like, things you don't like, and it's often very much easier to see the things you don't like in the system that's there currently than to see the things you're not going to like if you put in another system. So you have to be very cognizant of the fact that everything isn't going to be perfect if you change, and you may end up with something that's unpredictable. Electoral systems are part of an ecosystem of politics, and when you change that, you change political behaviour. and you don't necessarily know how that's going to change or what the outcome is going to be. So sometimes the impacts are not exactly what you intend when you change the system. Let's look at what's been happening in electoral system reform recently. Now, there's been one very, very strong trend. It's been away from plurality majority systems and single non-transferable vote systems. Most of these are in single member districts. The trend has been strongly away from that and towards more proportional systems. And that's been really over the last 30 years, and it's continuing that way. And Fiji was part of that trend. The more common electoral system changes have been towards either open list proportional representation or mixed member proportional representation. Now, there's a reason, I think, for this when you talk to people who've gone through these changes. One, it reflects a desire to move away from divisive politics and move into a more power sharing and more proportional way of actually dividing power. Second is these two systems combine proportionality with some element of choice for the voter. So the voter gets to choose who represents them. OLPR is more simple at doing this than mixed member proportional is. But both of them have this characteristic. Another thing is that they can enhance legitimacy because they significantly reduce the wasted votes, the people who vote that don't have any impact on the result. But in proportional systems, the threshold, a number or proportion of votes a party has to get considered to be allocated a seat can have a big impact on this. And I'll look at this tomorrow in more detail in the technical session. The thresholds are critical, much more critical than almost anything else. The other thing about these two systems is that compared to closed list PR, they can promote better intra-party democracy and to get greater engagement and accountability for the candidates. I want to say a little bit about thresholds, so I'll talk more about them tomorrow. There has been some reduction in thresholds. Places like Turkey had a huge threshold of 9%. It's come down at least now to 7%. But the most common representation thresholds in PR systems is 0%. 40% of countries with PR have a 0 threshold. The next most common is 5%, as in Fiji, and 5% is at the upper limit of what the Venice Commission would consider is an acceptable threshold. And the use of, as I said before, the use of thresholds is the major barrier the major cause of still having wasted votes within a proportional representation system. Now, a lot of countries that have a 0% threshold get round this another way. They have multiple electoral districts. Now, every time, the smaller the number of representatives elected from a district, the higher what we call the natural threshold is. So if you look at, say, you have a 24-member district for proportional representation, you have a natural threshold of 3%. If you don't score 3% of the vote, you're highly unlikely to get anyone elected. If you only have 14 members elected from a multi-member district, your natural threshold is around 5%. You would need to get around 5% of the vote to have any chance of having a candidate elected. So you have not a legal threshold, but something that's actually built into the system. One of the other issues in terms of representation is how you square local representation with PR. Now, 84% of countries that use PR systems use multiple multi-member districts. Fiji is one of the few that has a single national electoral district. And it's easy to actually work these multiple multi-member districts under PR because you don't need specific electoral boundaries as you do under single-member district systems. You can use existing administrative boundaries and adjust the number of representatives according to the relative populations within each of those administrative boundaries. So it eliminates the need to define electoral districts, and it helps combat gerrymandering and malapportionment. Now, having multiple districts, particularly in open list PR, can reduce the national impact of what we'd call the rock star candidate, the big person up the top of the list. Now, what's amusing about this to me in some ways is people talk about this in open list. The same thing happens in closed list PR, only you don't get to see it. Closed list PR all generally has a rock star candidate up the top. In Timor, CNRT has Shanana Guzmao up the top. Only you don't know that because all you see on the ballot paper is CNRT, but all the campaigning is for that rock star candidate. Vote for CNRT, but vote for the rock star. So it's not just open list that has this issue. Closed list proportional representation is exactly the same, but it just is hidden. Having multiple districts can bring candidates closer to their communities. It's much better having a group of provinces with 20 members that can represent that group than having national and having 55 members trying to cover the whole of the country. However, it comes with, as everything, with some disadvantages. It does reduce the proportionality of results. It can lead to some degree of dominance by particular political interests in particular geographic areas. Sometimes there may be a more restricted range of candidates. If you've got 15 candidates of list, you may not have the same range of views or ideas or sectors of the community as you would if you had 50 or 60 candidates on that list. The biggest candidate list in open list I've ever had to deal with was in Kosovo, and there they elect 120 members of a single national district, which is a bit of a nightmare. Now, to overcome some of these problems, some countries, Austria probably most prominently, they have 3-level elections, they have multiple levels. So you have basically compensatory seats at the national level to restore the full proportionality of the overall election, to alleviate the impacts of it not being strictly proportional in your smaller districts. Another thing in terms of local representation is that in countries where there's no elected local government, or elected local governments don't cover a whole of the country, people are expecting their national representatives then to become their local representatives. This isn't a problem with the national system, it's a problem with the fact that there's no elected local governments. Next issue, when we're talking about trust, building trust, a lot of this comes from what happens with the electoral management body, structure and their independence. Now, back in 2006 when at IDEA we put out the Handbook of Electoral Management Design, we stupidly gave a structural breakdown of what we called independent, mixed, which were part independent and part departmental commissions like you have in Fiji, and deep governmental commissions that were fully within a government department. Now, people have seized on that afterward and said, well, it doesn't really mean anything. Well, it describes the structure, but it does not describe the behaviour. While a commission may be constitutionally or legislatively independent, doesn't necessarily mean it acts independently. The whole issue is one of behaviour, and research being done in the UK at the moment shows it's critical is the leadership qualities. They are much more important for building trust in electoral institutions and for the independence of electoral institutions than the actual institutional structure in law. Leadership is critical. But the legal framework can help. The strong trend is towards independently legislated or constitutionally independent electoral management bodies. And even places that had an election management body that was two-part and well respected, like New Zealand, have now moved to a fully independent model. Now, there have been some attempts to try and ensure that EMBs can exercise this independence of the institutional structure. A lot of these go around the methods of appointment and the way in which people are nominated. Now, this can be by, say, multi-partisan committees, as it is in South Africa and Indonesia. In Indonesia, they basically have public hearings. They have public nominations for members of the Election Commission. So the process is transparent. It's not a person pulled out of the hat by the Attorney General or the Chief Justice or the Prime Minister and put onto the Electoral Commission. Criteria for membership is another way which can be legislated. not just all from the one political class or all from the one judicial class, but a mix of skills and a mix of and a mix of interests. Critical is that the election management body legislatively has financial independence. So the government cannot restrict its funding if it's doing things it does not like. This has been critical in Mexico, where there have been attempts to try and nobble the election commission. Mexico also has led the way in having, it has strict powers over its staff. This also can be legislated. Some countries, election commission staff, or the secretary of staff just move their normal civil servants and they can be subject to sanction. In Mexico, they have a specific section of the civil service called the Electoral Service that is independent of the rest of their civil service, that the election commission actually directs solely. But people can move to and from it if they want to move out of the electoral commission and to another part of the civil service. Maintaining that mobility is important. Other parts of strengthening electoral integrity that people have had to look at, particularly post-pandemic and particularly in the light of climate change in a number of countries affecting the movement of electors, is that in many cases now election management bodies don't deal by themselves with the full complexity of the electoral process. They need interagency support. Now sometimes this is legislated, like it is in Canada, and other times, like in Australia, it's an ad hoc interagency, what they call the Election Integrity Assurance Task Force, whose job it is to make sure that all the decisions that are made by the Electoral Commission have integrity. Other ways in which countries have addressed this, particularly in the light of fears about foreign interference, are mandatory registration of people and organisations that promote foreign interests. And there's been a move to strengthen the controls on ballot counts. Now, this has been particularly true in countries that use electronic voting. In India, where the Supreme Court ordered that the voting machines there had to have a voter-verified paper audit trail. So each voter could check on paper what the electronic machine was recording. But it's also been enhanced in paper ballot countries, but that normally doesn't require legislative change. It's a matter of procedural change within electoral commissions to have mandatory recounts and closer controls over how votes are amalgamated. Looking at inclusion and participation, which has been another major theme of reform, it's really easy to mandate inclusive candidacy under any electoral system. But there are some electoral systems where it's really hard to legally mandate inclusive representation. This is particularly true in plurality majority systems and candidate-centred multi-member district systems, like you have here with open list, like people have with single transferable vote and single non-transferable vote. When the choice is purely the voters of who they're voting for, it's hard to legally mandate that X% of representatives must be women or from a particular ethnic group or have a disability. Very, very hard to do that. In closed list PR systems and in nasty systems like block vote, it's much easier to be able to mandate inclusion in the law and make sure that it works. Now, that doesn't stop people from trying. Now, India uses a first past the post system, and at local level what they've done there, instead of saying we're going to have just a separate reserved set of seats for women, each election at local level, 1/3 of the first past the post districts are reserved for women candidates only. So women compete. Now, not a great system, because it happens for one election, then the next election it's a different constituency that's reserved for women. And after that, another different constituency. So no women politicians ever get to build up the experience and the seniority within the representative body that is necessary. Bangladesh at the moment, that is attempting to do reforms following the fall of the Awami League. The proposal from the Constitutional Reform Commission there is to have a second tier of constituencies, so that you have your normal 300 constituencies, and on top of that you have 100 constituencies by amalgamating constituency sets of 3, and this second tier would be contested only by women. So they're two recent reforms that are going. Open list, It's also difficult. Now, Kosovo, they do what they call the best loser provision. So if they don't get the proportion of women representatives that is required by law, which is 33% from each list, then the worst performing male candidate that was elected loses their place to the best performing woman candidate who was not elected until they reach that 33%. Now, this is problematic also because it's subverting the will of the voters. Why are you going to get voters to vote for a candidate if you can then go and say, well, hang on, no, we're going to change this result because we need more women in the parliament. This is said, it's very, very difficult under these systems to mandate inclusion. Now, there's been some recent research in South America, particularly a group of people has looked at 140 different elections in South America, and they've come to the conclusion that under open list, if you legally mandate placement of candidates on the list, there must be a certain percentage of women or other groups, and they must be in certain positions, like every second or every third position. It's just as effective under open list PR as it is under closed list PR. Now, if that's true, that would be great. I have my doubts as to whether it's true or whether there are other cultural factors in the countries they studied that have helped them come up with this result. On the other hand, with closed list proportional representation, placement mandates for women or other groups on the list ensure that they will have that certain percentage of women or other groups elected to the parliament. Much easier under closed lists than it is under any other of the systems. Some of the other recent reforms in terms of gender inclusion, Timor requires 50% of its polling staff to be women. Now, we can't forget election administration. It's not just about representation, but it's also about women's participation in the whole electoral process. Timor has gone about it this way. And there have been a number of initiatives to provide financial incentives for gender-inclusive candidacy, and some of them are here. You can reduce the fees for candidate registration if you have a certain proportion of women on your list. You can provide state campaign fundings where you have state funding of campaigns if you have a certain proportion of women. Other countries provide penalties for state funding if you don't have a certain proportion of women on your list. And there have been increases in some countries in the proportion of women required on lists. The standard has been around 33%, but Paul has recently lifted that to 50%. So 50% of candidates on their closed lists have to be women. Disability access is another thing where there has been a strong move for inclusion. Now, any country that's ratified the International Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is legally obliged to provide them with access to elections. It's very, very clear in that convention. So reasonable accommodations from people with disability have to be made. Now, some of the reforms, again, that have been made recently, there are countries that have actually now got legal accessibility standards for polling stations. It's in the law that they must be accessible, and it's specified what sort of physical accessibility has to be provided. Nepal is the only country I think I know where they have a requirement for a certain proportion of people with disability to be on each party's candidate list. It's more common to administratively provide access through things like information materials that are available and things like tactile ballot guides, which are legislated in some countries but just an administrative issue in others. So people with low or no vision can put a guide over their ballot paper. It's got dots or braille on it so it can guide them to which square it is they have to mark on the ballot paper. That would be a bit difficult in Fiji, given the ballot paper at present. And most importantly, and probably most widespread, has been the removal of legal restrictions on rights of people with mental disability to vote. And again, the International Convention is quite clear on this. These people have the right to vote. And that's now being legislated in a number of countries. Or the restrictions on their right to vote are being removed. Young people also. There are moves towards greater inclusion of young people. Part of it is generally needs legislative reform to allow pre-registration, to allow young people to register 1 or 2 years before they actually hit the age at which they're able to vote. So it makes sure that they are ready and on the register when the election is called. In other countries, there is a move towards lowering the voting age. Now, 8 countries now have 16 as their minimum voting age. 2 countries have 17. And in a number of other countries, for non-national elections, 16 is now the minimum age for voting. Now, this will vary from country to country as to whether people, particularly as to whether people think this is appropriate and what they think of the maturity of people who are 16 years old. But when you look at authorities like Condorcet, their basic rule is the greater the number of people in the electorate, the better the decisions that are going to be made. And this provides more people into the electorate. Voter registration, again, has been used to promote inclusion. Where voter registers are active, that means where you actually have to go and register physically or online or some way rather than just get passed on from a civil register automatically. Things are moving towards making sure the register is continuously updatable. You don't have registration periods. You just have a register that you can update with your details on at any time. And in some jurisdictions like the USA, it's moving closer and closer to having your registration data coming in from other reliable sources. Most likely driver's license registration. Other parts of the opening this up, registration up, is now people in some countries, and Nepal is one example of this, can look at their registration record online at any time. Now, only they can look at their own registration record. It's not open slather, but it means they can check any time the online database to make sure they're registered correctly. And really importantly, because voter registers are one of the greatest sources of identity theft in the world. And there have been some huge instances of breaches. In 2022, the UK register got breached and several million records got stolen. In Turkey in 2019, about 20 million records were stolen. So it's critical that there's strong privacy and cyber security protections on the voter register, and there have been increases particularly in the EU, on these privacy and cyber security protections for this sort of data. Other ways in which people have been looking at widening participation. Now, the greater the participation you have, the more legitimate that people will regard the election. So people have been providing wider spread voting facilities. Out-of-country voting used to be regarded as some sort of add-on. It's now generally regarded as a basic right of all citizens to be able to vote, even if they're not in their own country. 114 countries now provide voting facilities outside. This is much easier to do if you've got a single national district, because you only ever got one sent back from overseas. When you've got multiple districts, and the more districts you have, the greater the difficulty is to run out-of-country voting effectively and efficiently. There have been a lot of extensions on who's eligible for this. In the past, often the only people who are eligible for out-of-country voting were people on business officially overseas. Now it's generally been extended to anyone overseas in those countries that allow it. And there have been the extension of the facilities provided. Internet voting, which I wouldn't particularly recommend because of the and also New Zealand now you can vote by email if you're overseas. I suppose more tellingly for participation is bringing in advance voting. So people don't have to vote on voting day. If it's not convenient for them, they can vote in maybe the 1 week or 2 week period before election day and at a special centre. Again, this is much easier the smaller the number of electoral districts you have. Now, this is great and it has boosted participation rates. The problem is lots of people want to take advantage of it. And political parties don't necessarily like this reform because it means people have voted before their campaign is finished. So they're having to readjust the way they campaign. They can no longer make their big campaign announcements only before the election because that will be after many people have voted. So there's some political blowback against, in USA is one big example of this, against advance voting. There have also been some changes in attitudes and transparency. Now, some of these don't require legislation. Timor gets over 80% turnout, which is, it's amazing. Compared to here, we're 67, 68%, it's very much better. But it's a festival. It's not as though you have parties doing with stalls and trying to influence people outside polling stations. That's not allowed. But it's a real festive family atmosphere which is promoted by the Electoral Commission, rather than a dour sort of serious sort of, this is our duty. This is our duty, but we're going to have fun doing it. The other things that are in, there are countries where the counts are open to the public, so it becomes theatre. Ballot paper gets pulled up, picked up, shown to all the people, the candidate voted for gets read out, people cheer, boo, hiss, make a noise, and it becomes part of a public participatory spectacle. People want to get involved. And one of the other things, and I hadn't realised this until I was reading a paper by a guy called Renwick the other day, is that there's a lot more trust in elections. What his research shows, there's a lot more trust in elections where there are candidate photos on the ballot paper and people can see who they're voting for. Now this has been a trend. It started, I think, in Africa, where you have the candidate photo beside their name on the ballot. This apparently is a good trust-building feature. I'll say a couple of words about a level playing field. Political campaigning is always difficult to be able to regulate so people have equal chances. You can do it through, as many countries do, through equal access to state television or equal costs in terms of what you're paying for TV time or newspaper space so that people aren't discriminated against. But some of the reforms have come in areas like transparency, like having real-time disclosure of contributions to the party. And that's one of the reforms that was brought in Australia that's been postponed to the next election, so that people will know immediately who's been contributing to party campaigns and how much they've been contributing. Another thing is in terms of abuse of state resources, that government's using their resources. Now, Bangladesh, as part of their new set of reforms, is looking at bringing back a caretaker government period, so that there's a technocratic government in place for the 2 months of the election period, so that that's not people who can actually make decisions to allocate government money that will influence the election process. The biggest reform, and this has been the state funding of political campaigns. Now, this is not appropriate for all countries by any means, and it has huge budget implications. But now, in 72% of democracies, some form of state funding is provided to political parties, either for their recurrent costs or for a contribution to their campaign costs, or sometimes a combination of both. Now, this is a difficult area. One thing that often happens if state provides funding for campaigns particularly is that all it does is increase the cost of the campaign. Parties still get their private contributions and then they take the state money on top of it. So everything gets more expensive. There's more campaigning done. So it's critical if people reform in this way that they look at making sure that state money replaces private contributions rather than just adds to the pile of money available. State funding is also good, as we noted a few minutes ago, because you can promote inclusion goals through the way in which you allocate it to parties according to how inclusive their candidates are. Now, the biggest problem that people are encountering at the moment is this combating of dis and misinformation. There's pressure in a lot of countries for what people would call truth in political advertising. Someone arbitrates as to whether political parties' claims are true or not. This is really difficult to do. Very few places have introduced this successfully. It has the danger of stifling free speech. And the other huge problem is social media controls. How do you control what's being said and published on social media when a lot of it emanates from outside the country? And you have absolutely no control over that. Now, this is a particular problem for countries who have what they'd call a silence period before election day, a day or two where people can't campaign. But you can't control social media during that. And people are campaigning much more on social media than they are. And you can control maybe a party in your country from posting new social media content. You can't tell the social media companies to take down what's already there during the silence period, nor can you tell them not to post stuff that comes from overseas, that has no connection to parties in the country, but may be trying to influence the election. And this is a problem people are really wrestling with at the moment as to how they can do anything effective about it. Reforms have been tried. but the social media companies aren't particularly cooperative, to put it mildly. The last thing I want to say just something briefly about this is artificial intelligence. And whether we like it or not, AI is going to affect all our lives greatly over the next decade or more. Now, it's not a bad thing necessarily. AI is used for really good things in elections. You can use it to put out, say, immediate education materials in multiple languages and translate stuff into multiple languages, get it out immediately. It's great for fraud identification. It's great for voter register management, but it has its downside. It has significant negative impacts. A lot of these are on information disorder, about, as we say, fake videos, fake information. You can make anything look like anything anymore. Now, the law is really struggling with balancing freedom of expression with the use of AI. And where the legal reform has been attempted with this, it's been pretty heavy-handed. And I'm not sure how effective it's going to be. I mean, the law can reinforce privacy measures. It can introduce credibility indicators, but too often the legal framework, like in South Korea, there's a total ban on AI during the election period, which is pretty heavy-handed. Brazil bans using what they'd call deep fakes in campaigning. To me, the European Union approach of classifying AI on potential risk and ensuring all AI-generated content is labelled as such is probably the more sensible way to go at the moment. Okay, I've talked for long enough. So, just going back quickly to the beginning, the focuses. And this is international, but you may want to think about how you're addressing these here. Restoring and promoting trust. Ensuring the models of representation are effective. Promoting participation and inclusion to enhance legitimacy. Promoting fair competition between parties and ensuring the public has got reliable information. Thank you very much for listening. It's been great to be here and talk to you. I'm happy to take some questions and I'll be around for the next 2 days to talk to anyone who wants to have a chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wall. We'll take 3 questions now for the sake of time. Are there any questions in the room? Please raise your hand.
Multi-Stakeholder, I'm Amelia from Unity Fiji. I just want to just summarize what I've heard from you. I'll just read out the challenges that I've written. 1, the confusing ballot paper. 2, the big man syndrome. 3, disproportional MPs election. Lack of local representative. 5% nationwide threshold. Low number of women elected. Lack of minority protection. Electoral body independence and judicial access. And executive intervention in judicial proceeding. Looking at it, I've provided the recommendation for addressing specific challenges. 1 is the ballot paper design. 2, constituency demarcation. 3, electoral threshold adjustment. 4, electoral body appointments. 5, judicial access. 5, promoting women's representation. My question is, when I heard the Reform Law Director speak, she had given us 4 phases at one of our earlier meetings. We seem to be in the middle of phase 3. Because you're saying that it takes 12 months. Now we are into 13 months, as I know that election is on the 7th of August next year. So, within that short period, I'm standing for women because of the representation of women in this country is very low. And 2, civic education. How will you deal with the youths of this nation? Because they're future leaders. So, how can you address that? And I believe, looking at some of the election systems around the world, I think what I'm thinking, not what everybody's thinking, the mixed member proportional, MMP, following the New Zealand way of election. Do you think that would be quite suitable for us here? Thank you.
Do you want me to take that one? Yeah, okay. I'm not here to tell you what to do, right? You are the people who know what's suitable for you. What I've pointed out is what people are looking at globally. Some of these issues, obviously, you've identified as being problematic in Fiji as well. MMP doesn't necessarily help a lot with women's representation because you have the SMD seats and you can't really put quotas on them. Then you have an overlay of proportional seats. Now, your women, the number of women you have to get elected from the proportional seats has to be huge, often, to offset the lack of women being elected from the single-member district seats, which is generally the experience. Experience in Thailand, the experience in Lesotho. New Zealand's a different culture. And we've got to remember that electoral systems, culture is as important as institutions. We have places that use open list PR like Finland, like Norway, that have 50% women's representation. It's not legislated, it's just the way that society is. So it's a matter of trying to change the culture. In terms of the New Zealand system also, if you were to go to MMP, I would strongly recommend you go to a Lesotho-style MMP where you have a single ballot paper. You don't use the 2 ballot paper model of Germany or New Zealand, because there's very strong research findings that show that this leads to manipulation by parties. The way in which they stand candidates in the single-member districts to try and maximise their share of the vote in the proportional system. So if you were to think of MMP, don't think of New Zealand. Do not think of Germany. Look instead at a single ballot paper model. But it's up to you whether you think that's the best way to go. MMP has other issues, like you have to regularly delineate constituencies to make sure you don't have malapportionment. You need to make sure that you have a sound and regular process for that, as you have to do with any system that contains single-member districts. It's not that it doesn't work, it's just that you have to think about the way that you're going to implement it and how well that will work in your country. As I said, open lists can be difficult to bring women's representation up. You don't need a threshold in open list. I said most countries that have list PR have a 0% threshold. And we'll see tomorrow what difference that makes, because I've done a reworking of Fiji election results with different thresholds. And you can see that the representation is significantly broadened the more you drop the threshold. Is that answering what you... Okay, good.
So, Nimbulavinaka, Mr. Wall. My appreciation for all that you've shared. My name is Salote Malani, and I don't know if I missed this, but I would like to know if there's any other country in your course of research that gives a retirement age to candidates. And I say this with all due respect to the current system, and also for us to think about the need for sustainability in terms of intergenerational inclusivity within our electoral system. Yeah. I'm interested to hear if you have come across some countries that have considered that. Vinaka.
I'm not aware of any country that has a retirement age for candidates. There are some countries that have term limits, which can have a similar impact as a retirement age. The problem is the other way normally, but the minimum age is too damn high. Right? There are countries that have a 35 or 45 year minimum age for people to be able to stand. Now, in my view, if you're eligible to vote, you're eligible to be a candidate. And that's the bigger problem rather than the retirement age, sort of actually allowing younger people to be able to stand. Now, that's not the issue in Fiji. But no, I'm not aware of anyone that has a retirement age, but term limits can have a similar thing. On the other hand, term limits can get rid of experience from your parliament as well, because it's important you have both a mix of sustainable new blood and experience at the same time. And it's up to the voters in the end as to who they put in there. It's a matter of how well young people can campaign. It's a matter of also reform within the parties. I don't know enough about here. In many countries I work, you have the party youth wing, and the party youth wing gets shunted off into a corner to be rolled out whenever they need a street demonstration. But it's not very good at actually promoting candidates within the party. They get ignored when it actually comes to selecting candidate time. That's something that parties have to change internally. There are possibly prescriptive things you can do in terms of party legislation, but again, how much you want to interfere in the internal workings of a sort of civil institution is an issue that you have to think about.
Hello.
Hi, Mosby. Hey,
yes.
We finally meet after meeting online for a long time.
Okay, thank you very much for a good presentation. My question is about what sort of crimes, well, we've been going through a process of electoral reform, and in my PhD thesis, I looked at Fiji, Maldives, and Seychelles, and in my recommendations to end coup culture, I had proposed there that one of the measures was coup perpetrators or authoritarian leaders who have a history of dictatorship should not re-enter the political arena if they're genuine about letting the country move forward. For example, in Seychelles, the president left for overseas. He didn't return back to Seychelles while their truth and reconciliation process was underway, so that the process would be independent. And if they wanted to prosecute him, he knew they would want to prosecute him. And that's why he went overseas, so he would not interfere with the process. So in the case of Fiji, myself and many others have made recommendations that coup perpetrators or those who have been involved in treason-related activities and are immune from prosecution, who haven't gone to jail, while people committing minor offenses who've jailed for 12 months have been barred from contesting elections for 8 years, whereas our coup perpetrators, the penalty for which is life imprisonment, have been enjoying immunity. So what is the precedent in other countries? On what basis or for which crimes they recommend for them to not contest elections? Thank you.
I can give you about as many examples as there are countries, and they're all different. So there's no real standard in this. You get, on the one hand, countries like Timor and South Africa, where the whole emphasis is on reconciliation and drawing people who were the oppressors back into the process and co-opting them into the new society. On the other hand, you have places where I've been working recently, like Bangladesh, where it's basically a cycle of revenge. Right? You've screwed us for the last 8 years. You're now banned from standing. Anyone who is a member of the party can't participate. So, and you have other countries where people are jailed for electoral crimes and immediately they're released, they are eligible to stand again. You have others, particularly South America, where you're jailed for electoral crime and you then have a period within which you can't stand for election. Other places like America, you're jailed and you can't vote for the rest of your life. So the way in which this works around, there's no standard. Right? Personally, because I do a lot of work in post-conflict countries, I prefer the reconciliation method. I'd much rather draw people back into the decision-making process and have guardrails around them than exclude them from them and then start some sort of cycle of revenge. But again, it's up to how each country's society works, and you can't expect each country's society to work in the same way. So I can't give you a standard. There's not one. All I can say is there's a range of things people do. I know ones that have worked, which has been more in line with reconciliation. I've seen ones that don't work, which is more in line with exclusion. But that also depends on the personalities involved as well. So we have coup leaders who are always going to want to be a coup leader if they get anywhere back near power. You have to have a guardrail around that. But sorry, I can't give you a one-size-fits-all prescription for this, because there isn't one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wall. We're going to have to end the questions there, but as Mr. Wall's advised, he will be here for the next 2 days, and we also have lunch break coming up. So we thank you very much for this session and apologize again for the technical issues in the beginning.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our second keynote address is Designing Electoral Systems for Divided Societies, and our speaker is Professor John Frankel. John Frankel is a professor of comparative politics in the School of History, Philosophy, Political Science, and International Relations at Victoria University of Wellington. He was formerly a senior research-based fellow based at the Australian National University and at the University of the South Pacific. He has published extensively on the politics of Fiji, Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, New Caledonia, Republic of the Marshall Islands, Nauru, Kiribati, Tonga, Samoa, and Papua New Guinea, and regularly contributes to media outlets including the ABC, Radio New Zealand, and Islands Business. Professor Frankel has written extensively on all of Fiji's elections since 1999, and more broadly on electoral systems across the globe, as well as investigating efforts to regulate political parties in Western Melanesia. He also works on political settlements and electoral laws in deeply divided societies, including Bosnia, Herzegovina, Northern Ireland, and South Africa since the end of the Cold War, and we welcome him to the stand now. Thank you.
Yandaranaka. Great to be here. What a compendium of knowledge Alan Wall is. I don't think I know anyone who knows about so many different places around the world. It's really quite extraordinary. And thank you also to for those wonderful speeches before by Regili Tuivanga and Selina Kuraleda for very useful contextualization for us. Otherwise, very glad to see you all protocols advanced. Thank you to Nilesh and Dialogue Fiji. I'm very honoured to be here, and thank you also to the Australian National University who brought me over to talk at their Pacific update last week. I'm not going to repeat what I said at the lecture in the Fiji National University on Friday, which was published in the Fiji Times on Saturday, for which thank you at the back. But Selina kindly raised some of those issues, so just by way of a commencement on carts and horses, I am finding that people are finding it very difficult, and understandably, because these questions are tough, to work out what's before the Constitution change? Will the Constitution change? How will the electoral system happen if we do this or if we do that? And then on top of those issues that I called cart and horse issues, there are the timing issues. As Alan mentioned, it would be 1 year before the first date of the election, I think, isn't it, in August, not the last, because it could be as late as February 2027. I haven't gone back and looked carefully at that. But the yes, and it kindly put forward the Venice Commission recommendation that one should not make those changes before. So you have to mix that in as well. What's possible, and then of course, are we looking at electoral system change in a major sense, or are we looking just at some changes to the Electoral Act, minor changes to the Electoral Act to streamline things, or even rewrite the Electoral Act without changing the electoral system? Those are things that could potentially be done if in a hurry. But even those in the last year before a general election, when the fury gets going, when the politicians are sniping at each other, when they're fighting with each other, that's a very poor time for those kind of things. I mean, that recommendation about doing the legislation now and then leaving it to the next term, that's not a bad idea. I've seen cases around the Pacific where people tried to pass important legislation like that just before an election. Usually either it's inflammatory or it all gets watered down and becomes completely inconsequential. So it's certainly worth avoiding that. But I think some people, on the other hand, have expressed concern that those raising these issues of timing and the Constitution are doing so because they want to keep the existing system. I'm not one of those. I do think that the single national constituency with 5% threshold is not the best way to organise open list proportional representation. It would be better with multiple districts, and the 5% threshold would come down if it was in multiple districts. But that's not what I'm talking about now. I'm going to talk more in the abstract about electoral systems for divided societies. And I suppose it's true to say that many scholars have the view that they have strong views one way or the other on questions of electoral system. Some political scientists firmly believe, a lot of my good friends in Ireland are like that, they firmly believe that proportional representation systems are morally right. They equalize votes and seats in a way that is fair. Others, less popular view is that majoritarian electoral laws are better on the grounds that they give the winning party a solid majority to implement their manifesto undisturbed. Usually majoritarian systems like first past the post or the alternative vote will give the party that turns out to be largest a stronger, they'll have a larger share of seats than their share of votes. If you want, they're deliberately disproportional, and the idea is, well, that will give the chance to implement their program, and if they screw it up, the voters will kick them out at the next election, and then someone else will come in. Some people, and I understand this feeling, think that the most important thing about electoral systems is to be able to kick the bastards out when their time comes. You know, a lot of students say to me, oh, who cares about the electoral system? And I say, if you lived under a dictatorship for 15 years, you would care about the electoral system. Indeed, I notice here in Fiji that the desire for democracy is stronger now, I think, than it was when I arrived here in 1995. Both of these different positions in favour of majoritarian systems and proportional systems have strong arguments, but I don't really take a view on these. These are expressed as though they're universal preferences for all countries in the world. But in this talk, I'm going to argue that deeply divided countries need special kinds of institutional arrangements, and that in those contexts, proportional representation systems are better. In countries where ethnic parties tend to emerge, majoritarian electoral laws like first past the post or the alternative vote tend to be very unwise, often work extremely poorly. For example, in the Fiji context, a bicommunal context where you have two communities that at many elections have lined up between different ethnically based parties. Sometimes parties that have claimed to be multi-ethnic, but their voter support base has been strongly ethnic. I think in those contexts, majoritarian laws work poorly. For example, in the 1970s and 1980s, the predominantly ethnic Fijian or indigenous-backed alliance party led by Ratu Sakamisa got the largest share of the indigenous vote, while the largest share of the Fiji Indian vote went to the National Federation Party at almost every election. In the new millennium, we saw a contest between a similar bi-communal context between the Songo Duavata and Ilewana and the Fiji Labour Party. Any elections which kind of departed from that because one side or the other weakened tended to create constitutional crises or coups or gross iniquities of representation. If you think back to September 1977, when one side, the National Federation Party, split into two factions, the Dove and Flower faction, under a first-past-the-post system, that meant a catastrophic defeat. The alliance got a much larger share of seats. For many periods since independence, governments in Fiji have been mono-ethnic rather than multi-ethnic. Often, politicians representing the Fiji Indians have filled the opposition benches, sometimes alongside small breakaway Fijian parties. What's the best sort of electoral response to that? I mean, in a sense, you can tell, well, not the whole history, but you can tell a lot of Fiji's institutional history by efforts to try and address that problem in one way or the other, going right back to colonial rule. Remember that okay, I'll go right back further than I do in the notes. Remember that the contests for the Legislative Council were originally through communal seats, only communal seats, and the indigenous Fijians didn't get the right to vote till 1963, perhaps influencing attitudes towards democracy in those years. Only as the British started to move Fiji towards independence did you get some attempts at constitutional design aimed at creating some degree of conciliation between the communities. In 1965, this weird cross-voting system was introduced, where everyone had 4 votes. You had 1 vote in your own communal constituency, depending on whether you're Indigenous Fijian, Fiji Indian, general voter, or European or part European. And then you had one vote in your communal constituency, and then you had 1 vote in a so-called cross-voting constituency, where the ethnicity of the candidate was specified, Fijian, Indian, general, or whatever it was called at the time. The ethnicity was specified, but it was a common role, right? So everyone voted together. I remember Ahmed Ali, one of the MPs elected, wasn't he elected for Lao or something, right? Fiji Indian elected for, he described it as like trying to build a house by putting the roof on first, right? Because he didn't have any support amongst his own community there. He had support across community, which was one attempt to kind of address this. I don't know of anything quite like that elsewhere in the world, except for Lebanon, where they also have seats that are reserved by ethnicity, but everyone votes together. After independence, and when Fiji went to independence, it had a sort of variation on that cross-voting system, except they were called national seats at that point. And that's the system that was used in the 1972 elections. And then there had been agreement at independence that there would be some revisiting of the constitution. The National Federation Party in particular was not keen on the communal seats, and the Street Commission in 1975 recommended something called the single transferable vote system. Now I'm going to come back to that. That's another kind of preferential voting system, but used in multi-member districts. I'll come back and explain that a bit later. And then we had I'm just rushing through all the variations in electoral design here to show you how much there is, right? Then we had the 1990 Constitution that moved everything into reserved seats, everything into communal constituencies. I think it was 37 for the Fijians, 27 for the Fiji Indians in a 70-member parliament. And then skipping the various coups, we had the 1997 constitution, which was another bold experiment in electoral design with 46 communal constituencies, 25 so-called open constituencies, common roll constituencies, and this curious alternative vote system that was supposed to be, well, they promised it was going to be the God's gift. It was going to create moderation. I'll come back to that as well, okay, because it was a spectacular failure. And then we have the 2013 Constitution from what I would call an integrative perspective or an ethnicity-blind perspective. No longer were there communal seats, but 55 members now, 50 first, then 51, now 55, elected from a single nationwide constituency using open list proportional representation. So, lots of different changes. I mean, it's an interesting point about Fiji that a lot of these electoral systems have been entrenched into the constitution. And usually the reason why one would entrench an electoral system into the constitution would be to avoid it changing too much. But that certainly has not worked in Fiji, because there's been lots of more electoral system change than anywhere else in the Pacific by far. What criteria might one use to evaluate electoral systems? Well, Alan listed a load of those. The other one that was referred to at the time of the Reeves Commission back in the 90s was the Royal Commission, the New Zealand Royal Commission on the electoral system. And I always thought this was a strange one. Look at the way they list it: fairness between political parties, effective representation, Maori representation, political integration, effective representation of constituents, effective voter participation, effective government, effective parliament, effective parties, and legitimacy. And I always thought, wow, that's really weird, because for Fiji, surely you'd put legitimacy up top, given the experience of coups and instability and challenges to election results. It shows how the context is absolutely critical. And I would have thought that other criteria that are important are, well, inclusiveness, minorities, women, trying to reflect the diversity of the nation, minimum susceptibility to manipulation. Alan mentioned something about this. I'm going to come back to this. I suspect that this is going to be a major issue here again. It was last time with the alternative vote, with that above and below the line ballot paper that was very susceptible to major manipulation. People didn't see it coming. I suspect that that's the most important thing to be very careful about. There's a lot of people that will make recommendations over the months ahead if there is a major electoral reform, and sometimes those small adjustments can have major repercussions. Simplicity, I think, is extremely important. The voter should not be confused. Is it above or below the line? Depends which way you turn the ballot. People were extremely confused by that. I think people are extremely confused by this Sudoku ballot paper, as I argued in the Fiji Times. And there may not be a lot of invalid voting formally, but there's a lot of inaccurate voting, people getting the wrong number. It's really easy to do. Encouraging parties or coalitions, or at least not discouraging them, and having mechanisms for holding MPs accountable. I quite like this article by that I quoted in the Fiji Times on Saturday by John Carey and Simon Hicks that talks about getting a trade-off between representation and accountability. We all want our parliament to be representative, but we also, which you have in a proportional system, even with a single district, but we also, but maybe it's the accountability side of that that's lacking when you don't really know who your MP is, because all you've got is sort of 55 of them. And I hear a lot of support here for some kind of return to a situation where it is clearer who your MP actually is. Skipped ahead of where I am. So, the major electoral systems, and I'm borrowing this from the well-known handbook by International Idea, not the one Alan wrote, but the other one that was on electoral system design that goes through all the different systems. And there you get a kind of smorgasbord of all of them, and I'm going to concentrate on those ones. First past the post, TRS's two-round system, the alternative vote, which we had in Fiji for 1999, 2001 and 2006, and then MMP, mixed member, proportional, the New Zealand one, they don't distinguish enough between closed and open list. I'll explain those, and the single transferable vote. Those are the ones I'm going to mention. So with first past the post systems, they do have their advantages. They can be adequate and good in some contexts. They're easy to vote. It's easy to count. Yes, it assists the bigger parties, and it probably disadvantages medium-sized parties and often excludes smaller parties, except where they have concentrated geographical representation. First past the post enables popular independent candidates to win, which is very unlikely under a big multi-member open list constituency like Fiji's. Under first past the post, there's a high number of wasted votes. If a candidate in a constituency gets 55% of the vote, the losing candidate gets 45, all those 45 votes go nowhere. They don't elect anyone. Whereas under a proportional system, you could say that they're not wasted votes. It works reasonably well if there are only two ideologically differentiated parties, but where there are three or more parties, it can become highly disproportional. When we use the term disproportional, we mean that the disproportion between votes and seats. So if a party gets, okay, I'll give you an example. In 1999, the NFP got 32% of the Fiji Indian vote, if I remember rightly, and no seats. That's disproportionality, right? It means that their seat share was 0, and I'm just using the communal vote there. I could calculate it. It would be less than 32% if it was the nationwide vote. But there were grave disproportionalities under the alternative vote in Fiji, and there were grave disproportionalities under first past the post. Disproportionality is much less under proportional representation systems because that's the principle. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to equate vote shares and seat shares. The famous Caribbean economist Sir Arthur Lewis once said, as he was sent in the decolonization era over to West Africa to recommend electoral systems, it's a much quoted phrase, the surest way to kill the idea of democracy in a plural society is to adopt the Anglo-American system of first past the post. And a lot of political scientists would echo that view. First past the post systems are used in North America, in India, in lots of parts of East Africa, some parts of West Africa, and of course in the United Kingdom. There are also modifications of first past the post that try and get more information from the voter. For example, in France, you have the two-round system for the National Assembly, where you cast a first ballot that's just like first past the post, then you knock out all the others and you have a second ballot, usually at a separate point in time. There's also systems called the supplementary or contingent vote, where instead of going to 2 rounds, you mark a second preference on the ballot paper, as in Sri Lanka presidential elections, although I think they've never actually had to count the second preferences, or was it the most recent election where they did? The Lord Mayor of London as well. And you have the alternative vote used at the federal level for the lower house in Australia and in many of the state elections in Australia, in Fiji from 1997 to 2006, and in Papua New Guinea since 2002, but under the different name limited preferential voting. But it is essentially the same system. If you look at the contrast between Fiji and Papua New Guinea, you can see the centrality of context in the operation of these electoral laws. In Fiji, you may perhaps familiar with the consequences. There was a sort of polarization between the two big parties. And in Papua New Guinea, a country that's completely different with, 830 different languages, no parties that are robust. It works completely in a very, very different way. There are like maybe 50 candidates in some of these constituencies. And of course, there's enormous violence where there are attempts to kind of capture ballot boxes and stop the count, and it's a very different kind of set of problems that they've experienced compared to Fiji. It shows how the same system in a different context can have very, very different repercussions. And then another alternative is I mentioned earlier, STV, what the Street Commission recommended in 1975, the single transferable vote system. The easiest way to understand that, and I know it gets a bit complex and technical, is it's like the alternative vote that Fiji had, right? Like that preferential voting system, but the Fiji version was in single-member districts. You were electing one member for one district. The STV system is electing multiple members for each district. So in Ireland, I think it's 3 members per district. In Northern Ireland, also a divided society where people vote along ethnicity, I'm coming back to that, you had 5 members, and I think it's reduced to, 6, now reduced to 5, I think. But it's also used in Malta. It's used for the Australian Senate, the upper house at the federal level, but there they have the Fiji style above the line kind of thing, which totally changes the system and makes the parties much more able to control the ballots, which is one of the problems that we had here. The alternative vote and STV I've been talking about, that's where they fit in that idea framework. And those are the countries where they used STV. I suppose the central debate we had here, I haven't mentioned the architect or the would-be architect of the alternative vote here, but it comes up in a minute. But I guess the central debate we had here was between those like Donald Horowitz and Benjamin Riley, who thought that the alternative vote would be a wonderful thing for Fiji because it would encourage moderation, because the more radical or extremist, if you want, candidates would get eliminated and the ballots would transfer towards the centre. There would be a centripetal impetus moving towards the centre. And remember what actually happened. I won't go through all the complexities, but the classic election for me was 2001, when there was a group of so-called moderates forum candidates that put up that contested. They tried to even make a coalition together. They all got smashed, and all their preferences went out to either the Fiji Labour Party or the SDL in that election. And then by the time 2006 came along, they were absolutely nowhere, and it was just a big two-party polarization. So the system didn't work as expected at all. And in Northern Ireland, I've worked, since I was working on Fiji, a lot more there, and there's a similar kind of thing. And they're using STV, the multi-member one, but you look at the polarization in voting between Sinn Féin, the political party that represented the IRA, or the political wing of the IRA, and the Democratic Unionist Party, Ian Paisley's party, radical Protestant party, Britain, wanting to stay with Britain, loyalist, never, not wanting a united Ireland. Similarly, you've got that under the single transferable vote system in Northern Ireland. I don't have a real position on what necessarily happens under those systems. You could potentially have an arrangement that encouraged a moderate government if the bigger parties were in the centre already and the smaller parties got knocked out. That hasn't happened. Actually, there was in the 3 elections Fiji had under that alternative vote, the only constituency where that happened, obviously, was Lamy in 1999. I think it was Offa Duncan that had got elected, and all the others got eliminated and transferred their ballots. So that was 1 out of 71. List PR. List systems are where the party puts up a list like the one that you see there, and all you have to do is tick. Closed list, with closed list systems, all you have to do is tick next to the party, and the party controls the order of election of the candidates. So if a party gets 30% of seats, then the 30% of candidates will be the top ones that the party puts up in their order. That system is sometimes supported because it can you can boost the chances of getting women elected under that system, because you can require the parties to put up lists, so-called zipper lists, that alternate men and women on the list. Man top, woman top, or woman top, man second, whichever. It's like a zip, right, on a trousers or a jacket or something like that. You can, and if you look at New Caledonia or French Polynesia, that has ensured that even more than 50% of women get elected. That's a little different from open list proportional representation systems, where you, by definition, have also a choice of candidate. You don't necessarily express that choice of candidate. Some of the ballot papers will just allow you to tick next to a party, but by definition, open list proportional representation systems give you a choice of at least one candidate. And in Kosovo, as Alan was pointing out, you have choice of more than one candidate. It leads to fewer wasted votes, can encourage voter turnout. How these systems operate depends critically on whether there's a threshold or not. The standard criticisms against proportional representation systems are that they create weak and fleeting coalitions and indecisive kinds of government, but I don't think there's ever been any proof, scholarly proof that that problem arises. With mixed member proportional systems, well, the famous quote is the best of both worlds. The idea being that you can combine single member districts with some kind of proportionality at the national level. But actually, you could have, on both sides of this equation, you could have a variety of different systems. It's just that the best known examples in New Zealand and Germany have first past the post single member districts, and then certainly for New Zealand, national lists, closed list. Other countries, Bolivia, Thailand, Lesotho, Albania, Venezuela, use these kind of systems. In mixed member proportional systems, a certain share of seats, usually around half, are elected from single member districts. The remainder are so-called top-up seats that ensure something close to nationwide proportionality. These systems allow another advantage of these systems that's been urged, I recall, by Wadanasi in the Fiji context, is that they allow figures that may have some national level standing but are never going to win a vote at the constituency level. They allow parties to put those kind of people into the parliament, so creating a kind of combination between candidates elected from different sources. Downside, I think, is that these systems are vulnerable to strategic manipulation if there are two votes, a point Alan made as well. In New Zealand, for example, there are 123 seats where at the last election, 72 were filled by electoral MPs and 51 were filled by list MPs selected from ranked party lists. In Lesotho, disproportionate outcomes arose under the first MMP election in 2002. There were 80 single-member district seats and 40 list seats, so that's relatively small list component. One party was able to, with 55% of the vote, was able to get 65% of seats. The reason is that the LCD won 77 of the 78 single-member district seats. Two contests were postponed, and the opposition got all of the 40 list seats. This is what can arise. So in part, this is because the 40 seats in Lesotho weren't enough to create proportionality. But there's another problem that arises, and it's a small problem in New Zealand, but I think there are good reasons for thinking that this would be a big problem in Fiji, I strongly suspect. In New Zealand, under the current mixed member proportional system, a party that wins at least one electorate seat, or 5% of the vote, gets a proportional share of the seats in Parliament. So the larger parties can sometimes have an incentive to allow a like-minded MP or candidate to win in a constituency seat, and they say to the voters, you vote for that guy in that, or that person in that other party, but you vote for us on the national list. That way, they still get their proportional representation through the national list system, but effectively they get an extra MP on their side because that person's not formally in their party, but that person will ally with them on the floor of the House. And some of the other, now in New Zealand, that's usually been 1 or 2 MPs. So in New Zealand, some people are aware of this problem, but others say, oh, it creates a set of more voter choice. And I've heard this by some New Zealanders even here. But in the context of places like Albania, Lesotho, and Venezuela, the political parties manipulate this like anything, and they can do so in 2 ways. They can either do so by getting allied parties in the constituency seats and therefore maximising their strength in Parliament and effectively defeating the proportionality principle. Or they can do it the other way round, and they can just go for the district seats and find an allied party to contest the list seats. Now, anyone who knows the history of Fiji politics, you can be pretty sure that the parties will suss that out fairly quickly. Circumstances would allow that to happen, and my belief is that that would be a problem under a 2-vote mixed member proportional system here. Under a 1-vote, if you only have 1 vote, you're voting at the constituency level, and your vote for the constituency level is also the party vote. You don't have a second vote. That problem goes away. You can't do it with that kind of system. There may be other problems, but we'll come to those later. There's the mixed member systems, Bolivia, New Zealand, Lesotho, Germany, of course. How am I doing for time? Okay. I've been looking quite a lot over the last year or 2 at post-Cold War political settlements in deeply divided societies. So at the electoral system, but at more than just the electoral system, at the whole kind of gamut of institutional arrangements that have been adopted in some of these core political settlements that have tried to ameliorate conflict in the wake of very, very difficult periods. South Africa during the transition from apartheid, Bosnia at the time of the Dayton Peace Accord in 1995, Fiji's 97 Constitution, and the Belfast or Good Friday Agreement in Northern Ireland in 1998. And these political settlements occurred during this era of experiments in international state building in Bosnia, East Timor, Kosovo. I think the big political settlements of this type really started with the transition from apartheid in South Africa. And at that time, there was a big debate in the political science discipline between Aaron Leipart and Donald Horowitz, who were both consulted by the Reeves Commission here back in the mid-1990s. Aaron Leipart argued for a sort of power-sharing approach with proportional representation. Horowitz argued against a power-sharing approach, but in favor of the alternative vote, a preferential voting system. And his recommendation was influential to the Reeves Commission, to Masi Vakatora, Brejlal, and Sir Paul Reeves. In the transition from apartheid, they both wrote books. They both wrote books urging their recommendations. And really, it was the case that Leipart's view won out. What was agreed, or sort of won out, what was agreed was a shift from a first-past-the-post system, which South Africa used to have, to a closed list proportional representation. Remember the one where you don't choose the candidate, you just choose the party. But they also agreed a power-sharing requirement for the presidency and the cabinet. All parties that got more than 20% of the vote got a deputy presidency. So Nelson Mandela, the first post-apartheid president, had deputy presidents de Klerk and Mangosuthu Buthelezi. and all parties with more than 5% of seats in the parliament got proportionally represented in cabinet. Where do you think Fiji got its provision, the multi-party cabinet provision? The Reeves Commission went over to South Africa at that time, and they were quite, well, actually the Reeves Commission didn't recommend it, but when they came back, other people here knew about this, and the Joint Parliamentary Select Committee for the 97 Constitution adopted that provision, influenced by the South African context. But this was only a transitional provision in South Africa. In the 1996 permanent constitution, the power sharing provision was dropped. The ANC were never going to accept any compromise on black majority rule. They'd been fighting for decades against apartheid. They weren't going to accept a permanent sharing of power with the white minority. And since then, we've had what are sometimes called dominant majority democracy until last year, when for the first time the ANC lost its majority. But that was a power sharing agreement and a major significant transformational one in the early 90s. In Bosnia, which Florian Bieber, Bosnia specialist, calls a failed success. Why does he call that failed success? Success because they ended the war, failure because it's so rigid and difficult and cumbersome that nothing ever gets done. They, at the Dayton Peace Agreement, settled on these two entities. They divided the country, you can see, into the yellow and green sort of bits. One is the Republika Srpska, the other is this Bosniak-Croat Federation. I won't go into all the details, but the whole setup depended very strongly on external pressure, and this Office of the High Representative that still to this day kind of calls the shots there, and there's still the possibility that that 1995 arrangement may break up. With what's going on in Ukraine, it's emboldened the Republika Srpska leader Milorad Dodik to kind of call for secession from the setup. There they adopted a closed list proportional representation system, and Alan made the correct point that a lot of countries have kind of moved towards open list proportional representation. This is one of them. Many countries in this area of Europe have moved in that direction, initially using a few closed list elections because it's quite simple to introduce in a post-conflict situation, and then moving after a passage of time towards a more complex ballot paper where voters can choose candidates as well as parties. So in the Bosnia system, you could either mark only individual candidates, or you could mark only parties, coalitions, or you could mark both. And there, that down on the bottom right there is an example of an open list ballot paper used in smaller constituencies, not like Fiji's 55-member constituency. It becomes possible to list the candidate as well as the party, so you can tick both if you want. Fiji's 97 constitution, I think, fits into this review of the different political settlements since the end of the Cold War. It had a mixture of systems. The alternative vote, as recommended by Donald Horowitz, sort of, except actually, I won't go into the details of what he actually recommended. It's too convoluted. It was a little bit different. And then on top of that was imposed this mandatory power sharing arrangement as recommended by LIPA, the 10% multi-party cabinet rule. I think a lot of people have forgotten about that, and I've noticed no one talking about that anymore, despite discussions about whether there should be a Senate or two houses and all that kind of thing. But and that's because I think there's understandably a perception that failed, because it did fail, of course. The first election under that system in 1999, Chowdhury formed that cabinet that only lasted a year, and it included some of the parties, but the SVT was excluded, and there's a court case about that. And then the Garase cabinets from 2001 to 6, first 2001 to 6, he tried to follow the Chowdhury precedent and said, no, we don't need to invite you guys in. We want to have our own kind of cabinet. And there's I've read through these court cases. It was a really interesting experience of endless judgments about this, where I think the courts, but my own view is that the courts first put too strict an interpretation on the provision, making it very difficult for Garase to govern. And then, when that became clear in the last judgment in 2004, they opened the floodgates and they allowed Garase to bring independents and people through the Senate outside the proportionality formula. It didn't work well. And of course, the other complication was the Senate, because there was a provision in the 97 Constitution about the composition of the Senate, and that caused all sorts of controversies as well. That's not the only way to do power sharing. Northern Ireland, 1998, has proportional representation, the single transferable vote, that multi-member preferential system, the complex one. I wouldn't recommend it for Fiji, but it works fairly well over there. They have power sharing in cabinet in two ways. Firstly, they have the jointly elected first and deputy first minister, like prime minister, like they're like co-prime ministers, basically. They're pretty much equals. And there's been various changes in this, but the first minister is the one that gets the largest share of votes in the Legislative Assembly. It's not direct elections, it's indirect. The deputy first minister it's complex. It's the one that gets the largest share of votes in the second largest designation. And you have to designate in the parliament, are you a nationalist, unionist, or other? So if it was applied in Fiji, you'd designate by ethnicity, more likely, okay? And they've been using that ever since the Good Friday Agreement. Oh, sorry, and the cabinet is run using a DONT formula where you get picks of each ministry. So the largest party gets the first choice of ministry and so on going round. That's it's a more sophisticated kind of proportional representation in cabinet than the one adopted in either South Africa or Fiji in 97. So lastly, what conclusions can you draw about electoral systems and institutional design for this? Well, my first one, I suppose a lot of what I've done over the last 20 years is about warning about snake oil salesmen with miraculous potions that offer to cure absolutely everything. Just try my potion. There are lots of those around. And if you don't trust the recommendations, you're right. You should be very careful. Make your own judgment. There's that website, what's it called? The Conversation. It's got this line that says, you can trust this article, it's written by academics. I tell my students, you've got to be joking if you believe that, right? The academics write all sorts of rubbish, so you can't trust it simply because it's written by an academic. I would argue that there's a strong case against first past the post or any majoritarian system in bicommunal or majority-minority, ethnically based systems. Proportional representation systems work reasonably well in getting parliaments that reflect ethnic or societal composition. Open list, PR, and mixed member proportional systems balance representativeness and accountability in different ways. Closed list systems make it easier to introduce effective gender quotas, but electoral laws alone do not prevent majority rule in either parliament or government, and that's why some countries have found the need to supplement electoral laws with power sharing arrangements. None of these arrangements offers any kind of guarantee of success. A lot of what determines what happens in countries is politics. Thank you.
We have time for 2 questions before we break for lunch. 2 or 3. If anyone has any, can you please raise your hand and we'll bring the mic over.
Samuel again from Unity Fiji. I've been watching the elections for the last 20 years. And the design probably minimize the number of parties in a small country like Fiji. That would perhaps promote unity and also cover and facilitate proportionality. I stand to be corrected. But design is very important to cover that angle or that technical area. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of efforts to limit the number of parties done in very different ways around the world. But why do that? Why restrict new entrants to the political scene? Shouldn't we try and bring more young people, new parties, people that haven't been represented so much into the political scene? I mean, if you adopted some of the rules that exist in some parts of the world, Fiji Unity Party wouldn't be allowed to contest, because they'd say, oh, you didn't have seats at the last election or the election before. Indonesia is an example of a place that has quite restrictive methods of trying to restrain new parties from emerging. And of course, the Political Parties Act in Fiji tells you that you've got to get, I forget how many, so many signatures in the West Division, so many signatures in the Eastern Division, and so on. All these are, I see as efforts at trying to suppress new entrants by dominant parties. Yes.
I was mentioning about the areas of small parties coming together.
Yes.
The opportunities, and maybe there's a to allow legislation or sometimes a coalition before the general election. Some sort of ideas like that can promote unity rather than a lot of parties.
But there's nothing in the Fiji legislation that stops parties coming together, and therefore the Unity Fiji Party and the Fiji Labour Party have been able to come together. But I've looked quite closely at the efforts. Last year in Vanuatu, they had a referendum about trying to regulate the party system. And I've done a lot of work on legislation in Solomon Islands and Papua New Guinea that tried to do this as well. And I think firstly, I don't think it worked. Secondly, like for example, they made it in Papua New Guinea back in 2002. They made it put all sorts of constraints on people that were political parties in terms of how they would vote on the floor of Parliament, later declared unconstitutional. So people responded by making themselves into one-member parties, because you could say, you're completely free. You could act exactly like an independent. In Solomon Islands, they tried to pass a law in 2014, just before an election, showing the danger of passing laws just before an election. And it said, it put all these constraints on political parties and how they would form a government afterwards. And what happened was not half, but a lot of the members that used to contest as members of political parties started contesting as independents, including Manasseh Sogavare, for example. A lot of these things can have really, these attempts to highly regulate the political system and control everything can have lots of unforeseen repercussions. I mean, I'll give you one that I never even noticed until it happened, and maybe other people in this room might have the same thing. Because I've read all this legislation back to front 100 times, but I never noticed that it says, it's actually in the Constitution, isn't it, that it says that if you get disbanded as a political party, you can sit in Parliament as an independent, like all the ex-Fiji First MPs are doing now. I bloody missed it. and but so these little tweaks can be very, very important in the operation of systems.
Thank you for a very detailed and dense presentation, Professor. I'm Shailendra, USP Journalism. As we know, politicians only have to think about the next election but electoral reforms have to be more far-sighted, even visionary. In this regard, to what extent should changing demographics, which is significant in Fiji, factor into the current reforms with regard to equal and fair representation, and also in a practical sense, how much consideration can be given to demographics, and how important is this element in the Fiji context today? I know this wasn't covered in your presentation, but I thought I'll throw it to you. Thank you.
That's fine. Yeah, politicians, yes, I'm trying to remember a Mike Maley quote, which is, politicians are like cows, they don't know where they come from, or something like that. I can't remember. Yeah, you'll probably remember it. You would have worked with him. Yes, on the demography thing, I mean, that's important when you come to designing constituencies. You can ignore demography pretty much, I guess, if you have a single national constituency, but if you try and design constituencies within a country but keep to the one person, one vote kind of principle, you have to be careful about that. And therefore, having very good census of population figures is extremely important, and being able to draw districts carefully to try and make sure that a vote is worth the same in different parts of the country. But of course, there are often, you know, when it comes to designing constituencies, there are often strong justifications for having some degree of imbalance. Over-representing outer islands, for example, that's often discussed. So there's a balance to be drawn in these things. Yes. Well, yes. Well, I wish the Fiji Bureau of Statistics would release some of the ethnicity data from the, if it exists, from the 2017 census, so that we could start to think about those things, or at least we'll get it at the next census.
Thank you, Professor Frankel. Do we have any more questions, or the last question? I don't. Okay, not at the moment, but you'll be around for the next 2 days. So Professor Frankel will be around for the next 2 days. Please, thank you very much for your presentation. Let's show appreciation. Thank you. Thank you. That brings an end to the morning session. We have cut into the lunch break, but we will be starting at 1:45 again. We should be going for lunch now, and ask that you please return to the room by 1:45 for the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
check 1 2, check 1 2, sound 1 2, the volume 2, check 1 2, sound check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2, sound check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2.
Check 1 2, sound check 1 2, sound check 1 2, check 1 2, sound check 1 2, sound check 1 2, sound check 1 2, check sound 1 2, sound check 1 2.
Check 1 1 2.
Back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a hearty lunch. Yes? No? Oh. Anyways, we will proceed proper to the next session on the political parties. So, without further ado, I would like to now call on the podium Dr. Shailendra Singh. Dr. Singh will be the moderator of the next panel discussion. And just for information, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Shailendra Singh is the Associate Professor and Coordinator of Journalism Program at the University of the South Pacific. And he's also a regional media expert. And I would like to call on stage Mr. Dr. Shailendra Singh to please come forward and introduce the next round of panelists in the session proper. Dr. Singh.
Three. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Ahmad, for the kind introduction. And without further ado, we'll call on our speakers for the next session, which is on political party insights, challenges, experiences, and reform priorities. So our speakers today are in the order of appearance. Mr. Viliame Waka Takayawa, he's representing SODELPA. Next, we have Mr. Savinatha Narumbe, who's from the Unity Party. You can sit here. And finally, we have Mr. Satish Kumar from the Fiji Labour Party. Okay, and the organizers of this event have assured me, that they sent out invitations to all the major parties. 5 confirmed that they would be attending, and 3 were brave enough to actually make the appearance. Okay, it is now my pleasant task to introduce the speakers. We're going to introduce the speakers in order of their appearance and speaking. So the first speaker is Mr. Takayawa, and he is currently the General Secretary of the Social Democratic and Liberal Party, SODELPA as we know it, since May 2023. And as the General Secretary of SODELPA, he is responsible for the overall administration and political operations of the party. He is also a real estate agent at Suva Realty and waterproofing consultant at Waka. Mr. Takayawa holds a postgraduate certificate in international relations from the University of the South Pacific, and he has attained numerous honors in his repute in the field of sports, namely judo. He has been the team manager of Fiji Judo Association, also manager for judo at the South Pacific Games, and representing the country in judo championships. And judo is, of course, one of his favorite hobbies, as is politics. Okay, Mr. Takayawa, it's your turn now. You can use this mic.
Nisa Mulubinaka, gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the landowners of the land, past, present, and future, for making sure that we have a good morning and a good, blessed day, and of course for the venues. SODELPA has been participating since 2006. We had to change our name to accommodate the oppressive electoral system that was done to our party. And most of this legislation and the reforms that we are looking at, most of it was targeted on SODELPA, for its was the only opponent to the Fiji First Party, which is no longer existing. SODELPA is mostly a party that represents all the people that call Fiji home. And I think that's a lot of people, especially the indigenous people. And we are the platform to create leverage for the indigenous people in terms of development, economically and socially. So with those words, I would like to extend to the other members.
Okay, so maybe the question is from the theme of today's discussion. What is the party's position on the electoral reforms that are currently taking place? And one of the concerns, of course, is that maybe this is being rushed and we need a more considered approach. What is your response to that? Are you happy with the reforms or not? Maybe that's the gist of the question.
Thank you. The first thing is I would go back to the CEO of Dialogue Fiji's words that he said this morning. The reform is good if it's a good things. If it's not good things, then it is not a reform. So for us as a party that lived through this oppressive system that kind of single out some of the laws that are in there, we find that these reforms is in line. It's something that SODELPA has been fighting since 2014. And since 2014, we have always been talking about it in Parliament, that some of the electoral laws are not conducive to proper representatives of our communities, especially the single constituency system. And we've brought up the Section 53 of the Constitution, which our friend John is advocating it now, but we've been advocating that it's always been in this Constitution that we can have a multi-district or multi-constituency. But unfortunately, that was not taken by the legal fraternity in Fiji. But yes, the law reform as it is, the Electoral Act, it needs some fine-tuning. And for SODELPA, we would like to get back our name, Songo Songo Dovatan Linwanua, and also our logo, which is the dove. And those are some things that we want to bring back.
Okay, thank you, Vili. We might come back to you later in this session. I'll now pass on the baton to the next speaker, who is Mr. Narumbe. First, a quick introduction. Mr. Narumbe is a well-known figure in Fiji, and he is currently the leader of the Unity Fiji Party since 2017. He's also commonly known as Save to many people. From 2000 to 2009, Mr. Narumbe was the governor of the Reserve Bank of Fiji, and one of his achievements as a governor was rescuing the economy after the 2000 and 2006 coups. Prior to joining RBF, Mr. Narumbe was the permanent secretary to the Ministry of Finance for 4 years. And he also worked at the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C. for 4 years. He's also a former chairman of the RBF, FNPF, Fintel, Fiji School of Medicine, Fiji Revenue and Customs Services, Fiji Reinsurance Company, and the Rakavi Trust. Mr. Narumbe was also the board director of FSC, Energy Fiji Limited, ATH, TFL, and a trustee of the Fiji Rugby Union. And he hails from Luvu, Nandronga. Mr. Narumbe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for that long introduction. My apologies, I wasn't here this morning. So you may have been discussing a lot of things that I could touch on my intervention this afternoon. But thank you. I note the issues that you raised with us to share our experience, also share the challenges and the views on the electoral reform. But when you talk about electoral reform, we're talking about a host of issues, isn't it? Yeah, it's not only the allocation of votes. You're talking about other issues as well, including the laws, the electoral laws, as well as voter registration and the voting itself, the counting, the tallying, and the announcement of the results, and the media and what role they play. So it's a big spectrum there for us to talk about when you talk about electoral reforms. I think we should look at it holistically. We can look at pieces here and there. I think ultimately we have to put all those pieces together
to form a credible, a fair, democratic electoral system. So I will only touch on some in my intervention now, and I'll cover some of the issues of our experiences. What has been Unity Fiji's experience? We formed a party in 2017. Our first elections was the 2018. And then we also had another election, of course, in the last election. So we have had 2 elections. And I'm sorry to say that our experience was not good. Not good at all. I mean, apart from what my colleague here said about how the law was actually enforced and the bias around that, there were a host of issues that I think we'll never want to impose on Fiji again forever. So not a very good experience, but let me just itemize very quickly the challenges that we face. Of course, as a new party, our establishment costs are many, quite a lot, under the electoral system that we have. Yeah. And we, of course, have heard that 10 new parties are coming in. Huh? They will face the same thing with a huge cost of establishment. Yeah, you have to get 5,000 votes and so forth to be able to form a new party. And of course, the cost of that is humongous. The second challenge is the relationship between the parties and the supervisor of elections. They were confrontational. We were like fighting a battle there between political parties and the SOE. And to me, the greatest issue was there was lack of independence of the SOE. It favored the ruling party. You know? It was never independent. And you fight an election with the SOE who is administering, operating the elections like that, you're fighting a huge battle. So we face that. Our complaints to the SOE and even to the Electoral Commission were just dismissed offhand. Huh? That's tough. That's tough. That's not fair. That's not democracy for you. So yeah, that hopefully have changed now with the new SOE. And we have started to work much better with this SOE. The third, it's just money, funding. Huh? Huge differences in funding. I'll come again to that later on. And the third, the last one is the media. The media, and I'll come back to that. So those are the challenges that we face as a new party coming in. But my general observation, please, on the reforms, and these are general. After basically over 2 years of doing nothing, we now have a flurry of activities. Huh? What was happening in the last 2 years? Huh? So, because some of this take time. Huh? Those political agenda, I think, are finding its way into the electoral reform agenda. See, and I'm watching this, and I said, what has been happening? Huh? This is a very risky approach. It's extremely risky to be pushing a broad-based agenda with so little time. What is the final outcome here? What will happen in 2026? Huh? The elephant in the room, ladies and gentlemen, is the 2013 Constitution. 2013 Constitution. Huh? But no one seems to be orchestrating this reform. They're everywhere. Huh? The Constitution is mixed in with the electoral system. To change the electoral system, you have to change the constitution. So which one should come first? So I think that's, to me, is constitution must come first in any of this. You have heard the motion now in the Supreme Court. I was there on Friday. And the government has asked the Supreme Court for an interpretation, which is allowed under the Constitution, for several clauses, particularly those dealing with amendment of the Constitution. But then, interestingly, government threw in asking the Supreme Court to also interpret whether the 1997 Constitution is still legally valid. That to me was it's a bit of a big clash. Talking about the 2013 Constitution and then bringing up the 1997 Constitution relating to Ngarase's case versus Bainimarama, which the Court of Appeal ruled in 2009. Watch that space, because this is going to impact a lot on something that we're talking about today, on the electoral reform. I note the second round of consultations on the electoral reforms. There was a first round. I made a submission, oral submission and a written submission on that. Why do we need a second round? Why? Did the first round didn't do a good job? So time is of essence here. Are we aware of the time? So I think you really need to take stock of some of these issues. I have my doubt if we're going to implement these broad-based reforms. That's my personal position. And if they do not implement these reforms, what will they implement? What will they do? Cut and paste here and there? I really don't know. If you have this situation, it creates uncertainty to the voters. We are just about a year away from the election. When you create that uncertainty, you undermine the confidence into the electoral system. So I think what government should do is take a more realistic stance and tell this is our stance. But as I said at the beginning, there doesn't seem to be a leader of this reform movement. It's everywhere. And the timing is uncertain. We need a plan B. And we have a plan B at Unity Fiji. And what is that? To me, the safest way is we assume that the 2018 Constitution will still survive until the next election. Take that basic assumption, then work from there. So I think this is definitely a safer route for us. To do that, we need to prioritize the reforms. We're going with a broad sweep. The time is not on our side. So we need to prioritize those reforms and just go ahead with those prioritized actions, make sure that they settle well before the election. Okay, so what are those prioritized actions? We have basically two. One that is substantive policy, strategic issues, and the other is more procedural, operational issue. Easier to change that, as long as you build capacity towards that. So, to me, the two substantive issues are here, which my colleague mentioned. Remove the one national electoral law. Remove it. You know, it doesn't fit Fiji, and we can go on and discuss that until later. But you know, Section 53(1) of the 2018 Constitution talks about one national electoral roll. My question, does this rule out the smaller constituency? Does it rule out? It talks about one national national electoral roll. The electoral roll can be national, but the elections can be in constituency. I don't know. So I think we should take this very quickly to the Supreme Court for interpretation. Like what they've done with the Constitution, they should have led with this. The other, more substantive, is improve the proportionality, sorry, it's tongue twister, proportionality of the electoral system. We all think that the Dihon system is proportional. But let me tell you some of the weaknesses of the Dihon system that undermines that proportionality. So I'll do that. Section 53(1) of the Constitution talks about proportional open list system. And subsection 2 talks about allocation of seats to the total party votes. I think this can also be used in a smaller constituency. I'm not a legal expert, but that's my view. And then Section 53(4) talks about a written law prescribing rules for awarding seats in Parliament. So I'm thinking myself, can we use this? We need an interpretation for this. So I'm suggesting also that we take this to the Supreme Court as soon as possible for an interpretation. But why did I say the Dihon system undermines proportionality? It favors the larger party, the more established party. We found that. No? You apply that to the 5% threshold, combine that, it does. It does. It just makes for us very, very difficult for the parties to come in, the new parties. So it leads to the underrepresentation of smaller parties. That's not proportionality to me. That's none. So, for an example, I won the sixth largest vote in the last election. Sixth. We're not in Parliament. So I have more votes than 45 members that are there right now. But I still don't go to Parliament. Is that proportionality good for Fiji? I don't think so. So there are a few others. Those are the significant changes. The procedural changes, we have talked about this. Of course, we want to increase the confidence in the electoral system. Coming into the 22 elections, Fiji's confidence on our electoral system was very, very low compared to many other countries. We need to lift that confidence, and there are many things that we can do on the procedural side. We can serially number the ballot papers. We can manually tally the votes rather than doing it on a machine that led to a lot of glitches in the last 2 elections. Those kind of things. We want to remove pre-polling. Why is it pre-polling? Pre-polling is not mentioned in the Constitution, so we can remove pre-polling because it increases the risk of election rigging. We certainly think that our votes were rigged in the 22 election. The other, of course, was to reduce the fees and so forth. But those are kind of operational issues. Let me get to the funding. This government, when they came in, they changed everything. They are now awarding every party in parliament $325,000 a year. $325,000 a year of taxpayers' money. You know? What happens to us? They are not in parliament. Does that create an even playground before an election? I don't think so. It's not. You're giving them $1 million nearly in 4 years and nothing to those that are outside it. That's not fair. So I think we should really look at a system that can fund parties that are registered and have fought the last election and base it on the votes that they get some funding to it. You know? I think that might work out better for everybody. Lastly, the media. We came through the last 2 elections. Of course, the media were heavily censored in those 2 elections. We knew that. And we fought a big battle in trying to get our message out. What are we going to do this time if those kind of restrictions, I hope, are gone? But then we see medias that they themselves show us that they are not independent. They are not independent. They favor a certain political party. I tell you what, there's a media outlet that just refuses to publish anything Unity Fiji publishes, irrespective of whether it's a good issue or not. They have the right to do that. But I'm just saying, is that really a level playing field? So I guess we can do very little to have independent media. It's more in theory than in practice. But I just hope that our media are a bit more rigorous in questioning decision makers on policies. I see 60 Minutes and all those people that in those forums. I wish we could have at least just half of that. That really questions the decision makers rigorously, whatever is their position in the political spectrum. So those are my views, Chairman. I've taken a little bit more than that perhaps was allocated, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Narumbe, for your valid and very pertinent, even if some of it is debatable, and there's a lot of material in there for discussions from the floor later on. And my media colleagues can rest assured they will be given an opportunity to respond to Mr. Narumbe's claims, but that's after the third and final speaker has had his say. Mr. Satish Kumar is the management board member of the Fiji Labour Party. He's also the managing director of Klebs Pacific Limited from November 2009 to date. From 2008 to 2009, Mr. Kumar was the chief executive officer and town clerk for the Nasinu Town Council. He has also worked for the then Fiji Institute of Technology, FIT as it used to be known, in various capacities, namely assistant to director, acting general manager corporate services, and head of school, of commerce rather. Right. During the course of his career, Mr. Kumar has acquired expertise in the fields of marketing, industry and trade, and administration. He has also held board positions in a number of organizations, namely the then TPEF and Arya Pratinidhi Sabha of Fiji. And I know Mr. Kumar to be a seasoned political campaigner and a very active social worker as well. He holds a master's in business administration from the USP.
Thank you, Chair. Bula and namaste to all our respected and learned friends. I would firstly start with focusing on democracy. As commonly defined, democracy is a system of governance where citizens participate in decision making, either directly or through elected representatives. It's one of the concepts that strongly advocates rule by the people as against dictatorial or autocratic systems. Democracy is not just about voting, it also involves protecting individual rights, the rule of law, and ensuring that the government is accountable to the people. As highlighted by earlier keynote speakers, there are a range of electoral systems available. And it has been very well covered in the morning session. I won't dwell much on it. However, each system has its own advantages and disadvantages. And interestingly, you heard and you have seen there are systems that we call mixed system, as in the case of New Zealand, which take the best practice from everywhere. Of course, there is much to be learned from the experience of others and from our learned speakers who are amongst us. I won't dwell much on that. However, Fiji Labour Party strongly advocates some key features, whatever system we come up with, as we take electoral reforms back on the drawing board. There are key pertinent features that we should, or anyone doing so, must be mindful of. One, as alluded earlier, is it must be simple and clear. Nothing too fancy with what we may have come across in the last 3 elections of what the complexity of dehorn system and current legislative framework under the Electoral Act and other governing legislation dealing with elections. One must pay attention to contextual and temporal factors. Inclusivity is extremely important. When we are drawing an electoral reform, we must be mindful that it's all inclusive. Target as much as possible so that nobody is left behind. The process is a key factor in choice. One must build legitimacy and acceptance among all key actors. Try to make voter influence, but balance that against encouraging coherent political parties. One must also consider long-term stability and short-term advantage. We must also be compatible with other institutions, with culture, traditional, that we have seen as a difficulty as we have moved along since independence. Don't think of electoral system as a panacea for all the ills in our country. But conversely, don't underestimate its influence either. One got to be mindful of the electorate's willingness to embrace change. Many a times, this is missing. Who cares about the voters at large? As long as the party in power has a framework that has its own dominance and control, they are comfortable with it. Because they are at the drafting stage, they dictate the terms. Many a times, little do they think the table can turn next round. And we have seen parties fully full brunt of their own creation in the last election. Don't assume that defects can be easily fixed later. We have heard some speakers earlier this morning say, let's come up with a system and deal with whatever later. Why leave it for later? Why can't you come up with a world's best system? Avoid being a slave to the past system. we all have our rich history. We have inherited what used to be the Westminster system from our colonial masters. We need not be dictated by the past. One must also assess the likely impact of any new system on social conflict. While coming up with a new system, we must also be mindful of what impact it may have, unforeseen conflicts that may arise that we may never have seen. Try and imagine unusual or unlikely contingency that may arise with the new system. Now, having highlighted the key features, I would like to also dwell upon the shortfalls with the current system that we have witnessed in the last 3 elections. Mr. Narumbe has highlighted some of them. And it's very important to look into those once more. Like the culture of using 3-digit numbers to candidates. What a utter nonsense. Throughout my life, if I have been known as Satish Kumar, 1 month before election I'm giving a 3-digit number, and you expect the voters across the nation to remember that number and vote according to that. We have seen results, like those who were really the King Kong, the team leaders, and their resemblance of number with really someone who was not in a political profile, getting extraordinary large numbers just because of the confusion. We say we are in the era of computers, technology. The digital glitch that happened last elections, and don't rule out the previous elections. Regrettably, it's quite sad to note how conveniently it has been swept away. Maybe only because somebody is on the other side of the table now. Otherwise, if one proves that yes, glitch happened, we may have been required to go to the next round of polls, fairly. Computers used only just to put in and give the total. What is happening behind the scene? Much has been talked about agents like Nadra. What was their role is anyone's guess till we genuinely examine it. We have seen cases in this country where professionals ruled it's hardcore drug, only a little while later turned into Epsom salt. We don't want that type of experience. The system must be in a very confident system. We must have full faith that there's no room for any play around. Party symbols not being used. We all know parties are known by the symbol. Whether it's dove, whether it's mango tree, coconut tree, or whatever. But symbols play a very pivotal role. It's symbolic. No. Like logos in corporate organizations. And we have that. Labour Party is 40-year-old party. Very soon will be turning 40. We have a symbol that is very symbolic to a lot of things. You can't use election, during counting and elections, you can't use any electoral device. What is that? If you want to take up a case, where is the evidence? How on earth are you going to produce evidence when you can't do any recording? You can't take any steps out of what is happening around. You can't record somebody what you were told to do. This is seriously to be examined. You go to even Operation Theta. None of the medical gadgets get influenced by having your mobile or other devices there. But we are very conveniently told, no gadgets, electronic gadgets allowed, it may interfere with the system. What kind of system was created in this world? Control over some political parties. Yes, I'm mindful of our earlier speaker that it's a free choice. But for a small country with less than 1 million population, now I'm told some 17 parties will be contesting 2026 or 2027 election. We've got to be mindful of what impact. Last time I was told, We cannot include the photos and the party symbols only because the ballot paper would have been extraordinary size. Imagine that with the case of 17 or more to come as we have the advantage of time. Funding. Political parties funding restricted to 10,000. What is that? If I run a company, I want to put whatever amount of money that my private entity has. Why should it be restricted? Yes, somebody conveniently told that only because they want to limit the extent of influence you may have on the politicians. But do we bother when we go internationally begging for money to run our affairs back home? Do we put a control how much China gives, how much Australia gives, how much New Zealand gives? Won't that have a political influence on the affairs of the government? Definitely it will. The threshold, as rightfully highlighted by Mr. Narumbe, and with much respect, I've seen the Chief Justice recently ruling and allowing Unity Fiji and Labour to be interveners in the recent court case there. But what kind of democratic system where a candidate with more than 6,000 votes can't enter parliament and somebody, an MP with mere 400, 300 votes, become the minister? Are we going to champion this type of democracy? Are we moving ahead in terms of the director Dialogue Fiji? Is that the reform we were anticipating from 2014 onwards? There's many more that we need to examine. We must create a system that we can proudly own, and proudly once again we can say, yes, Fiji is the way the world should be, not what it used to be and has become a joke. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Satish. That was very detailed and also very informative. Thank you so much. Now, I think everybody here appreciates, you have spoken at length and you've raised some really pertinent issues. Very, very important going forward. However, if I recall correctly, the executive director of Dialogue Fiji in his opening remarks said that in the past, political parties used to make detailed submissions, and that might not have been the case this time around. I'm not sure, that's quite a serious allegation, because accountability goes both ways. Political parties also have responsibilities, as does the government. So I'm not sure how accurate that allegation is, but it needs to be addressed. So I would like to ask the three speakers, starting with Williame, to respond to that fairly significant and serious allegation by the director of Dialogue Fiji. Did you or did you not make detailed submissions, written submissions, during the electoral process, as was your responsibility as political parties?
Thank you. Yes, SODELPA made a written response to the Reform Committee. This is in regards to the Reform Committee or Section 116? Okay, the electoral reform, yeah, we had set up a committee to look at the reforms which we have been fighting for since 2014, and then picked up because we were given a pre-made questions. So we kind of deviated a little bit in terms of those questions, answered the questions, and moved to the other side, relevant laws, and also what happened to us during those elections. The second sitting, we just got the email the same day that they were having the thing at PRS or PTC. So we couldn't do it on the 6th because we received the email the same day. Thank you. I think that's in regards to the reform. Yes, we did.
Thank you so much. Just pass it on to the rest of the...
Yeah, we have If you're talking about the current electoral reform, yes, we did. We did make a written submission and oral submission. That's the first round. And I see that the second round has repeated some of those questions that were asked in the first round. And that's the question I ask, why the second round? Were there gaps that were supposed to be filled in the first round and wasn't filled? But take a step back to what the electoral system we have now. Nobody contributed nothing to those. You know? This was simply imposed onto the people. And now we have been shouldering this for the last 3 elections. That was a big mistake. That was not the process that any good, credible electoral system should have. You can't impose that. But what do we do with it? We are saddled with it. So this is a big issue around what comes first, constitution or electoral reforms. You know? We cannot be talking about reforms if we can't change the constitution. So to me, there has to be some reconciliation between those two. And we want a good, credible system. And if these reforms can come up with that, well, I'll be very glad to do that. And how do we implement those? Well, I leave that to those that know how to do it without contravening the Constitution.
For the case of Fiji Labour Party, yes, we have documentary evidence to substantiate. Fiji Labour Party did a written submission as well as an oral submission, and we have documented evidence for that. Having said that, I would like to also stress another valid point, adding to what Mr. Narume has said. Many a times, when people don't participate, we got to examine why. Good example was in 2013 when the framework for 2014 election came up, nobody was consulted. Even the Constitution, the experts and the team who were supposed to do it, the entire effort put aside. People's Charter and for building better Fiji, extensive consultation was done. Where is it? In local government, back in 2009, for continuous 7 years, reform for local government legislation was being done. I have been asking numerous occasions to the authorities, can I have a copy of the report? Till now, no one knows where that is. It was chaired by a councillor from Auckland City Council. And there was a team, expatriate, very balanced team, doing consultation review for 7 good years. Where is that? So when you do a consultation for the sake of getting a tick in the checklist, this is the end result. People don't have faith in the system. You know they have already got a perceived agenda. It's just a formality you are doing. If it is genuine, I can tell you there will be a wider participation from the civil society and the public at large. Look into the elections last year, last round of election. 33% didn't vote. That's significant number of voters who didn't participate. People with the coup culture and governance over the period of time, people lose hope. They don't want to waste their time when the system does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Satish and the other panelists. I will ask the Executive Director of Dialogue Fiji if he wants to respond to the specific question, and then we'll open it up to the floor.
Yes, thank you. In fact, I'm pleased to learn that the political parties that are represented here did make a written submission. However, those submissions are unfortunately nowhere to be found. So if we go to flp.org, which is the website of the Fiji Labour Party, there's nothing there. If you go to unityfiji.com, there's nothing there. Sodelpa does not have a website, but if you go to their Facebook page, there's nothing there. So when we made a submission, for instance, Dialogue Fiji and the University of Fiji made a joint submission. So right at the time when we started doing our oral presentation, our submission went live on our websites, and you can find it. It's highlighted there. and that is what needs to happen. Similarly, when the women's movement led by the Fiji women's rights movement made their submission, immediately after, I think a couple of days later, they published it. So these documents need to be out there in the public domain. We need to see what specifically are the things that political parties want changed. And you know, we searched for the written submissions and we couldn't find it. That's why we, you know, that gave us the impression that they had not made any written submissions.
Give the last word of defense to Mr. Takewa, and then we'll move on to the next part of the discussion.
First of all, the media was given, that is the official communication. So we give it to the Fiji Times, Fiji Sun on the day. We also give it to some people who want it. In terms of putting it on Facebook, on those kind of submission, it's an official thing that needs to go to the official. This is not it's not a social, it's an official document, and then we would like to contribute it in that direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Vili. Okay, moving on, we will take comments and questions, but please keep it short and to the point. Identify yourself by name and organization. Okay, so who's going to be the first? Okay, so many hands. I'm going to start with Mosmi, and then maybe we'll take it on from there. No speeches, please.
Yes, there was a comment raised about 32% of people did not vote, and I've also heard that most of them were the young people. So I teach at a university, and what I can say is the feedback I received from our young students who were probably supposed to be voting for the first time in the elections was that actually they don't have faith in the system. They don't have faith. They don't feel there's been any change. And they still feel afraid. Okay, so they feel afraid. They're not expressing their views. And you can see we're having all these consultations, but those same people, the demographic that hasn't been speaking out, especially the young people, they're not speaking out, they're not taking part because they're still afraid, they don't have faith in the system, they don't believe there's been a change, they don't have faith there will be a change. Because all the actors are still the same. The same old actors are ruling and they feel there's no hope. So that does need to be addressed. If change is going to happen, it has to be real. It can't be a tokenistic sort of change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Vipin Maharaj. I'm the SG of UNA Fiji and a board member for the National Youth Council of Fiji. So my question is more towards the Fiji Labour Party. Mr. Satish, good afternoon. We have met once before. So my question to you is that you mentioned to come up with a system, election system that is best in the world. But for you, in your opinion, what is the best system? Because it is very important that when political leaders come out and make a statement that come up with the best system, that you be very specific and give an example of what the best system is. It's very important to know your point of view of what the best system is. So if you could answer that, thank you.
Thank you. Good question. As alluded earlier, the 16 pertinent features of testing out whether the electoral system you come up with through this reform process, if you test out all those 16 components which I highlighted, it's the best. It's the best because it takes care of all concerns, even the uncertainties that you may have. But if you do it at the 11th hour, what is happening now, and you have elections next year, I don't know what is the agenda. All these years, with due respect to the government of the day, everybody was complaining in the last 3 consecutive years of shortfalls in the electoral system. Last 3 years, how much of action was taken to prepare? And nowadays, we have a full-time elections office mandated. Before, it was only when the election is around, then we team up and pull the resource towards elections. We have ongoing, day in, day out, year in, year out, till next round, we have an electoral system. What are they doing? We play our part. Parties play our part. Stakeholders play our part. We give our best recommendation. But as professionals, even the world's best expert we had, you take into account all those concerns and come up looking into our own history, our own demographic composition, geographical spread, and so forth. Incorporate everything and test it out. You will come up with a good system. And probably a mixed system, the best practice, learning lessons from others around the globe. It is already there. Lessons learned, move on. We don't have to reinvent the wheels. What has worked in similar setups will work. Thank you.
Nisambula Vinaket Charlotte Malani again, also one of the passionate citizens of Fiji that's also trying to register a proposed party known as Hearts with Vision. I have a comment and a question for the panel. My comment is my observation over the years in terms of the transparency of political parties, and I refer to the registered political parties, their transparency in their commitment to represent the people's opinions and thoughts. Most of the time, as we've heard from our director of Dialogue Fiji, that you say that you represent the people, but the people don't know what are you representing until there's a clash on media or debates in parliament. Then that's when the people know what you're trying to do. It leads this statement leads to my question to you, Honorable General Secretary for SODELPA, Mr. Narumbe, the Honorable Leader for Unity Fiji, and Mr. Kumar, the representative of Fiji Labour Party. I asked this question, and this is a question that most of us new proposed parties are wanting to fill the gap. What are you doing to represent the people with integrity of reporting back to the people what you choose to represent the people with regards? And a good reflection is this. We are waiting in our different corners of service for you to represent out there, and we don't know what you have done other than SODELPA, you writing to the media. What are your reformation on that particular role that you need to play as a registered party? Vinaka.
Thank you so much for your question. Now, we have run out of time, but because there is such an important question, we'll give each panelist time to very quickly address that question. And then we've got two more things we want to cover. One is an opportunity for the media fraternity here, the media people, to respond to Mr. Narumbe's allegation. And then we will conclude by giving our invited speakers to maybe share their views on the panel discussion if they want to. But it has to be quick and fast. Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, first, just would like to answer Professor Bibbs. In terms of enticing the youths, it is your duty and obligation as educators to enhance their knowledge on learning, on activism, on why they have to vote. Because you only get 4 years to vote. And I leave it to the educators and the institutions to make this, because political parties can only do what they do is to appoint politicians or candidates to stand in the elections. And what is the best system? The best system has to come from the people. Whatever it is, it has to be informed, educated, and consented by the people. In terms of transparency, if you people don't know, the Electoral Act has provisions to keep political parties honest. And this is done during elections, and that system or that proposed things are listed on all the activities and things that are supposed to be on the manifesto is submitted to the elections office. And this is by law, which is done, and then it's submitted. Unfortunately, the last elections, only one party had given it to FEO, and the rest were not. So we really need to upgrade the FEO to sort of enforce something, so the people that don't provide this, some kind of penalty or something to be given, so that they don't take us for a ride, political parties. So in terms of integrity, this is the baseline of all political parties, is the manifesto. And you only get to get those listing every 4 years. So within that 4 years, between that 4 years, that is what rules the political parties. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just quickly over those questions on the youth. I think, yeah, we face that challenge as we go out to the youth. They think that this is not for them as politics. But that's not talking about the system. This is just talking about the attitude of youth. So, yeah, it's really a struggle. If you have any suggestions, please talk to me later on. We can embrace that. The second issue, what is a perfect system? There's no perfect system. Please. Yeah. Yeah, the perfect system is what has been mentioned here. People are comfortable in Fiji to do that. Yeah. Something that is relevant for who we are as a nation, the fabric of the nation, and of course, the development and the voters' attitude to elections. I think we can find it. We give it our best shot and consult with it. Yeah, on transparency, the last question. Yeah, I mean, we struggle with transparency with parties. We point fingers at government, and 3 fingers are pointing back at us as well. So, yeah, we would like more transparency. For us in Unity Fiji, when we started, we looked at the parties that were in place. We saw gaps in it, not so much transparency, just the strategies of each party, and that's why we thought we established a new party to fill that gap. And that gap is in our Facebook or website, what gaps that we saw. And of course, our manifesto is there, and I believe it's the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam, the concern raised is a valid one. Given the limited resource and constraints we have, unlike the government side, which is, has the advantage of all the entire resource at their disposal, we have our limitations. And that's a serious constraint. The fact that we are constrained with the legislation in terms of how much support we can get financially constrains our operations, and that a calculated move by the then legislators. But having said that, yes, accountability and transparency is the way to go. Political parties are always for the people and by the people. If you put that seriously into consideration into your day-to-day affairs, we must be accountable to the nation. No matter somebody supports you or not, but you are answerable to the people of your country. And we stand by that. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. It's such a privilege to see the most senior members of the Fiji media fraternity present here today and following proceedings. None other than the heads of some of the major media organizations in Fiji. And I'd like to now give them an opportunity to respond to Mr. Narumbe's assertions about media coverage of politics. Please go ahead. Any one of you can, who would like to respond? Go ahead, Vijay. Yeah. And then, but please keep it short and to the point.
At time, you have time constraints, but this is important, so I'll take my time. First of all, we've always given all the parties equal time to come for our shows. Mr. Narumbe has featured on our shows. And also, I'd like to say that we would like to see more of the political parties having press conferences, not just weeks before the elections, not just sending releases and some reach us, some don't reach us. Sometimes we do not have clear communication. Some things are just put on social media. As Mr. Takayawa said on Facebook, they don't put some of the official comments, so we do reach out and get the official confirmation. I'm talking on behalf of our organization, Fiji Village. And of course, media organizations, we work under the Code of Ethics, Media Code of Ethics. One of the main sections that we adhere to is we continue to try to be accurate, fair, and balanced. So sometimes when a statement is made, of course, we'd like to get the right of response from the organizations that are being highlighted. And that's just part of the media, the way they work. And we stress that we've never told Unity Fiji that we will not print your statements or articles. The other issue, I just want to highlight one thing, and the reason why I came to this two-day meeting is to see who will be in the room. And I don't see any decision makers in this room. There's no Electoral Reform Commission members. The director of Fiji Law Reform Commission just spoke and left the room. The Permanent Secretary for Justice left the room. There's no Electoral Commission members here. There's no staff from the Fijian Elections Office. I can't see the Supervisor of Elections. So this is just a silo. And I did say to John earlier, about 70% of our population, the younger generation, they don't understand what is the cart, what is the horse, where's the cart, where's the horse. The Reform Commissioner, Chair, Justice Fatiaki, said we'll have to change the constitution to change the electoral system. John has been saying we can go ahead with an electoral system to be changed and have an election. So there's a lot of confusion in Fiji. I'm talking from on the ground, when we as the media are talking to people on the ground. And here we are at the Holiday Inn, having this very good discussion, but majority of the people are not represented and we don't have the decision makers here. So how can we see a real change that we said from the beginning this morning?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that we're having this in the first place. And I, for one, have learned quite a lot from this morning. And I actually asked 9 of my editors to come in this morning to be part of this. And I was happy to see all of them here this morning, being part of this very, very important discussion. But I endorse a lot of things. In fact, I endorse everything that Vijay said. We were discussing that over lunch and during the tea break. But to answer Mr. Narumbe's question, maybe you're probably looking at it from a different perspective. When Fiji first was in government, for 16 years, we had issues. We had major challenges trying to get them to talk to the Fiji Times. And just so that we all understand the issues or the challenges that we went through, I actually had a journalist who was arrested 5 times and thrown into a cell 3 times. The journalist who was arrested by bodyguards of a certain person in a very high-ranking position, taken in the middle of the night, and to a house in Nandi, where he was thrust in the face of a trade unionist who had been bashed, assaulted and bleeding, and warned that he must never ever write any story about that person or interview him again. I had a bureau chief who was harassed by soldiers in our West Bureau office. We've had so many challenges. So it was a major challenge for us to get Goodman to speak to the Fiji Times. But we did have a platform that we ensured every other political party was covered, and we asked questions. We still tried to push the boundaries, still tried to push those in power to be accountable. Now, times have changed, the dynamics have changed. The government that we have now is more receptive. That's probably why you'll see a lot more coverage of them. But it doesn't take away the fact that we are still covering Unity Fiji, that we're still covering NFP, SODELPA, and Fiji Labour Party. And I'm quite happy. I'm very, very happy with the way we're covering these political parties. And looking forward to the elections next year. We'll surely do much more than this. Naka.
Okay, thank you, Fred and Vijay. Is the Fiji Sun representative around? And also Fiji TV, FBC? Yeah. Okay, Stanley's there, yeah. Okay, that's the last comment we'll take from the media representatives.
Rosie has passed me the microphone. Okay, look, I think, more always, we can always do better. I'm one of the first that always say, yeah, let's keep challenging ourselves to do better. But I think that the onus is, it's easy. We're easy that everything of the media is not doing its job. But I think some of the minority political parties, Mr. Narumbe, some of the others, it's all the onus. I think sometimes maybe there's no polite way of saying it. Trying too hard to get attention sometimes, overstating some figures. And before the elections, there was talk about small parties winning 50 seats, winning 40 seats, and the reality is not true. So it affects your credibility, and also ours when we're covering you, it also sometimes comes back on our credibility in how we assess the situation. We do try and give, I think we gave a lot of, we had a lot of criticism from the former Attorney General who would tell us, why are you interviewing Narumbe? I once tried to call him and organize an economic debate. And he told me, who is Narumbe? How many votes has he won? How many seats does he have? He said the same thing of Mr. Chowdhury. But we've tried to give small parties their voice in the national debate, in the national discussion. And I think it's important that you keep challenging us to ensure that that your voices are, we give you the platform and we give you the space. I think maybe the bigger political parties, maybe take things for granted, and I'm thankful that what's the so-called smaller political parties have been more versatile, more vigorous in putting out statements on the variety of issues, because you're trying to ensure that things happen and keep governments on its toes. I think some of you are doing, I may get a flag for saying this, doing a better opposition than what is being seen in Parliament. But that's going beyond the thing. I think just in terms of the platforms going forward, now we have a platform, we'd like to have the leaders debate, some things that we tried to do in the last elections, and we couldn't. So, now is the situation for us to really work together and make sure that there's a vigorous discussion so that our people can make the informed choices. There's another point I had that I've forgotten. Sorry. Thank you for that, Naka.
Okay, thank you, Stanley, for the clarification. We will conclude this session with quick closing remarks from our two invited speakers, if they want to say something. So, yeah, okay, no worries. What's going on? Okay, so, okay, they have spared us the mercy of not making any final remarks. Thank you so much, panelists. It's been a privilege to chair this session, and I'm sure that everyone agrees this has been a really wonderful session. And a round of applause to show our appreciation,
Sholen.
please.
Professor Sholen, sorry. I was just listening throughout the whole afternoon. I was hoping somebody was going to bring it up. I'm Faye. I work for a women's NGO, FemLink. I just have a question for all the different panelists and something to mull over, and maybe if you come back tomorrow. What are your plans for including more women in all your political parties? So something for you to think about, and I'd really love to hear your plans for that.
Thank you, Faye, for that very important question. And this session has now come to a close. Please let's show our appreciation to our panelists in the usual way.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to get have a quick tea break, I would like to once again take this opportunity to thank the moderator of the panel discussion on the political parties, insights, challenges, the experiences and reform priorities, Dr. Shailendra Singh of the University of the South Pacific for excellent moderation and for greatly enriching the discussions. And also we convey our sincere appreciation, and also to the panelists from the three respective political parties. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please once again show our applause in the usual manner? So as as I had alluded earlier, can we please go out for a quick tea break and then get our tea so that we can proceed to the next session proper on the breakout session, which will be the final a session for the day. So, Archana, you want to mention about the breakout session? Okay, and please, better be we ask you to be be quick. You can step outside, get our tea and return, and after following which our program manager Archana will brief you about the details of the breakout session, which will be for 1 hour, which is the review of the Electoral Act. Our program manager will brief you on that. So in the meantime, can you have go outside for a quick tea break? Thank you.
you.